Love Potions Are for Losers by Wynne Valentine. Chapter 1. Potion Panic and Fake Engagements. Tess wiped a smear of marjoram-infused condensation from her forehead as she hurriedly shoved a row of unmarked potions into the cabinet beneath her counter. The little glass bottles clinked in protest, their amber and violet contents sloshing dangerously close to their cork stoppers. I know, she muttered to the potions. You're experimental masterpieces, not shameful secrets. But the Scroll Patrol doesn't appreciate creative interpretations of potion stability guidelines. She glanced around the alchemical hearth, wincing at the riot of color and barely contained chaos that was her beloved shop. Ingredient jars crowded every shelf, mismatched bottles gleamed with strange lights from the window display, and her central wooden counter was stained with overlapping rings from countless cauldron bottoms. Messy, yes, but there was a system. Her system. Mallow suddenly bolted upright from her cushion by the register, her white fox ears twitching sharply toward the door. Gold runes flickered across her tail as she let out a high-pitched warning chirp. "What? Now?" Tess hissed, frantically gathering scattered recipe notes. "They're 3 days early." Mallow's eyes narrowed into knowing golden slits. "Bureaucracy waits for no witch," she announced, her voice carrying the distinctive echo of a familiar's magical communication. "And she smells like regulation and disappointment. My favorite combination for chaos." "Fantastic," Tess groaned. Please don't do your matchmaking thing today, Mal. I'm begging you." The fox familiar merely flicked her tail, sending a shimmering cloud of cinnamon-scented magic into the air. "I make no promises when opportunity presents itself." Before Tess could respond, the shop door swung open with a creak that sounded unnaturally amplified. A tall, thin woman glided in, her crisp blue ministry robe swishing with officious purpose. An enchanted clipboard hovered aggressively at her shoulder, a quill poised above it like a weapon. Inspector Prudence Wren adjusted her spectacles, which briefly flickered with magical light as they scanned the shop. Her lips compressed into a line so thin it barely qualified as a mouth. "Miss Albright, I presume?" It wasn't a question. "Inspector Prudence Wren, Ministry of Magical Business Regulation, Potions and Elixirs Division, Classification Verification Department." She tapped her badge, which chirped in confirmation. "Order through emotional stability and spell safety," she recited in a monotone that suggested she'd said it roughly 8,000 times before. Tess forced her brightest customer service smile. "Welcome to the alchemical hearth, Inspector. What a surprise! I wasn't expecting the ministry until Friday." "Surprise inspections are standard protocol for businesses with previous emotional contamination flags," Prudence said, her clipboard floating forward to present a form with Tess's signature from last year. "You consented to random scheduling when you signed this waiver after the Valentine's Day Elation Elixir incident." "Ah, the infamous Triple E incident," Tess thought with an internal wince. Who knew a little extra essence of euphoria would cause customers to float for 3 days? Of course," Tess said, smoothing down her apron. "I'm just delighted to show you all the improvements I've made since then." Prudence did not look delighted. Her spectacles flickered again as she surveyed the shop, seemingly cataloging each potential regulation violation. "I'll begin with a systematic inspection of your inventory labeling protocols, followed by an emotional resonance scan of your workspace." She moved to the nearest shelf with mechanical precision, her enchanted quill scratching notes that somehow sounded judgmental even without words. Tess followed anxiously as the inspector examined each jar and bottle. "This clarity cordial," Prudence indicated a bright blue liquid, "contains traces of emotional residue. Your fingerprints show excessive hope while bottling." Tess blinked. "Is hope a contaminant now?" "Unregulated emotional influence creates unpredictable magical outcomes," the inspector replied without looking up. "According to Regulation 5.72, potion efficacy must be consistent across all emotional circumstances." For 20 excruciating minutes, Prudence methodically worked her way through the shop, identifying regulation infractions with unsettling precision. Each scratch of her quill made Tess's shoulders inch closer to her ears. Uneven cork distribution. Insufficient warning labels on mood-altering substances. Excessive creativity in product naming. Tess cleared her throat. Perhaps you'd like to see my best sellers? I've developed a line of focus tonics that local scribes swear by. She moved to her display table, where glass decanters held shimmering liquids in various shades of blue and gold. Prudence glanced at the display without interest. Emotionally volatile concoctions. The luminosity indicates enhanced personality traits, which falls under Regulation 8.3 regarding temperament modification. Didn't they just help people concentrate? Tess protested. They might amplify existing emotional tendencies toward work completion, Prudence corrected, her quill scratching furiously. Our data indicates that similar businesses run by unattached proprietors have a 8% higher rate of magical incidents due to emotional instability in product creation. Tess's stomach dropped. Unattached? Single, romantically isolated, without emotional counterbalance. The inspector adjusted her spectacles. The ministry has observed that magical businesses benefit from the temperamental balance provided by stable romantic partnerships. It's simple magical physics. Unchecked personal emotions contaminate professional output. Mallow, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, chose this moment to slink between shelves and deliberately knock over a row of vanilla essence bottles with her tail. Sweet-smelling steam immediately billowed through the shop. Mallow! Tess cried, lunging to contain the mess. The vanilla cloud tickled her nose, and before she could stop it, a massive sneeze erupted. Small magical sparkles shot from her fingertips, a lingering side effect from years of potion experiments gone wrong. Prudence's eyebrow arched so high it nearly disappeared into her hairline. Her spectacles flashed bright red. Her quill made a particularly aggressive note. Uncontrolled magical discharge is a Level 3 violation, she stated flatly. I'll need to conduct a thorough examination of your emotional support system and stabilizing influences. The clipboard flipped to a new page titled Emotional Stability Assessment. Tell me about your personal connections, Miss Albright. Who grounds your magical energies when experimental work becomes stimulating? Tess brushed sparkles from her nose, feeling cornered. I have plenty of community connections, very stable, extremely grounded. The inspector's spectacles began flickering more rapidly, clearly detecting her anxiety. Recent ministry studies show that witches lacking romantic stability produce potions with a 42% higher volatile outcome rate. The correlation between emotional solitude and magical irregularities is well documented. Tess felt the walls closing in as the quill hovered expectantly. Every failed potion experiment, every criticism about her creative methods flashed through her mind. Her shop's license, everything she'd built, suddenly felt precarious. I have a very stable emotional foundation, she insisted, the words tumbling out before she could stop herself. I'm engaged to Rowan Bell from Bramble and Root Apothecary. The statement hung in the air like visible frost. Tess's heart pounded so loudly she was certain it would register as a magical disturbance. What did I just say? Inspector Wren froze, her quill pausing mid-scratch. For the first time, her professional mask slipped, revealing genuine surprise. Rowan Bell, the herbalist with the exceptional regulation compliance record? Tess nodded weakly, unable to form words as the magnitude of her lie sank in. The inspector's demeanor shifted instantly. She reached into her robe and withdrew a small glass pendant on a thin silver chain, a delicate vial that contained what looked like a single strand of shimmering light. Tess accepted the pendant with numb fingers. The charm simply monitors the authenticity of emotional connections claimed during regulatory reviews, Prudence continued. It's a passive observation tool, nothing invasive. Nothing invasive except for forcing me to maintain a complete fiction with the man who drives me absolutely crazy, Tess thought desperately. Mallow, meanwhile, circled excitedly around Tess's ankles, emitting delighted puffs of cinnamon-scented magic that made Prudence's nose twitch. The fox's expression could only be described as theatrical glee. "This is the most entertaining thing you've done in months," Mallow's voice echoed in Tess's mind, audible only to her. "Just imagine his face!" "The ministry will need to verify this partnership as part of your audit," Prudence continued, apparently choosing to ignore the prancing familiar. Her clipboard fluttered importantly as it produced a new form. "We'll require joint interviews, compatibility demonstrations, and natural chemistry observations." "Natural chemistry observations," Tess repeated faintly. "Nothing intrusive," Prudence insisted again, though her definition of the word was clearly suspect. "Simple engagement verification, shared business strategies, emotional co-regulation assessments, standardized partnership authenticity protocols." The clipboard seemed to multiply forms before Tess's eyes. Pages filled with bureaucratic text materialized and stacked themselves neatly before sealing with a flash of blue light. "Your first verification appointment is tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp. Both parties must be present with familiars. Failure to demonstrate appropriate engagement behaviors will result in immediate reevaluation of your business license." Her quill scribbled furiously, producing a schedule in triplicate that sealed itself with an officious charm. Tess felt her stomach plummet as Prudence adjusted her robes and straightened to her full, imposing height. "Through contracts and clauses, through stamps and decree, we bind love and magic in bureaucratic harmony," she recited, touching her ministry badge, which emitted a faint, dreary chime. The inspector handed Tess the sealed schedule. "Wear the Heartstring Vial at all times during the verification period," she instructed. "It monitors emotional resonance patterns when you and your fiancé are in proximity." As if on cue, the charm began to glow faintly around Tess's neck with a soft, pulsing light. "Wonderful," Prudence said, with the first smile Tess had seen, though it didn't reach her eyes. "I look forward to meeting Mr. Bell tomorrow. The ministry always appreciates seeing proper emotional regulation in action among our licensed practitioners." With that, she turned and glided to the door, her clipboard following obediently. "Till tomorrow, Miss Albright. Do be punctual. The ministry is quite strict about romantic verification scheduling." The door closed with a decisive click, leaving behind a scent of parchment and disapproval. Tess staggered backward until she hit her counter, then slid down to sit on the floor, clutching the ridiculous schedule to her chest. The Heartstring Vial glowed mockingly against her collarbone. Mallow pranced in front of her, tail high and waving like a victory flag. "Well," the fox familiar announced with undisguised delight, "now you have to tell your fiancé he's engaged." "This isn't funny, Mal," Tess groaned, covering her face. "Rowan Bell despises me. We've been competitors for 3 years. He thinks I'm reckless and unprofessional and—" "Handsome," Mallow suggested. "Irritatingly competent. The subject of that dream you had last month that made you wake up glowing. Literally glowing." "We are not discussing that dream," Tess hissed. "Ever. And none of that changes the fact that he's going to murder me when I tell him what I've done." The fox hopped onto a nearby stool, her golden eyes practically dancing with mischief. "I don't think so. Murder would violate his precious regulations." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "Though he might experience a rare emotional outburst. How exciting." Tess pulled herself up and began pacing the shop, the Heartstring Vial swinging with each step. "I need to fix this. I could tell Prudence I misspoke. Or that. We just broke up. That's it, a very recent, very amicable." "The vial would detect the lie," Mallow pointed out, looking far too pleased. "That's its entire purpose, and lying to the ministry is a Class 2 violation. Remember what happened to old Elias Winterberry when he tried to fake his potion preservation charms?" Tess winced. Poor Elias and his indigo beard, 6 months and it still hadn't faded. "Then what am I supposed to do?" she wailed. accidentally knocking over a jar of firefly wings in her distress. The wings scattered across the counter, emitting tiny glowing pulses. Mallow stretched luxuriously, her tail curling with satisfaction. I believe humans call it facing the music, though in this case it's more like facing the meticulously organized herb rack. She hopped down and padded toward the door, her steps light with anticipation. "Let's go tell your beloved the happy news." "Oh, now?" Tess squeaked. "Unless you'd prefer he learns about your engagement from Inspector Wren tomorrow morning." The familiar nudged open the door with her nose. "I'm sure that would start your verification interview wonderfully." Tess looked around her shop desperately, as if a solution might materialize from behind the drying herbs or beneath a cauldron. Nothing presented itself, except the damning schedule and the softly glowing vial that would apparently expose any romantic fabrications. "Fine," she muttered, untying her potion-stained apron and grabbing her satchel. "But when he throws me out of his shop, you're barred from saying 'I told you so.'" Mallow trotted through the door, her voice drifting back with smug certainty. "I would never. I have much more creative ways to express 'I told you so.' Starting with cinnamon-scented celebratory magic during your first kiss." "There will be no kissing," Tess snapped, locking the shop door behind them. The heartstring vial seemed to pulse more brightly against her skin, as if laughing at her declaration. As they headed down the cobblestone street toward Bramble and Root Apothecary, Tess tried to ignore the growing knot in her stomach. Somehow she would explain this nightmare to Rowan Bell. The most regulation-obsessed, meticulously organized, irritatingly proper herbalist in Thistledown Hollow. The man who had once reported her to the registry for excessive aromatic enthusiasm in her rose-infused calming drops. Her apparent fiancé. "The ministry will revoke my license. I'll lose my shop, and I'll have to move in with my aunt who collects enchanted doilies that whisper judgment while you sleep," she thought miserably, as Bramble and Root's neat green sign came into view. Beside her, Mallow purred with satisfaction, trailing glittering paw prints that smelled suspiciously like wedding cake.
Chapter 2. Terms of Engagement. Rowan meticulously measured dried moonflower into the tiny linen sachets arranged in perfect rows on his workbench. The fragile petals crumbled slightly between his fingers, releasing their distinctive scent, clean, sweet, and grounding. He'd harvested them precisely at the quarter moon, when their calming properties were strongest. Each sachet required exactly 7 petals, no more, no less. "That's the 8th sachet you've filled in complete silence," Thistle observed from his perch on a stack of herb journals. "Your jaw is doing that tense thing again." "I'm concentrating," Rowan replied without looking up. "These go into Mrs. Nightshade's sleep tea. She's been having those nightmares about tap-dancing radishes again." His familiar made a non-committal sound, the thyme sprouting from his back rustling slightly. "So it has nothing to do with a certain potion shop owner down the street stealing your thunder with those new dream filter elixirs?" Rowan's fingers stilled momentarily. "I don't need to steal anyone's thunder. My remedies work consistently without turning people's hair blue first." "That was one time," Thistle mumbled. "And the blue faded after." The shop bell rang with an ominous discord that made both Rowan and Thistle flinch. The door hadn't opened, which could only mean one thing: magical bureaucratic arrival. Rowan looked up to see Dottie Winthrop materializing in his doorway, her sentient quill already scribbling furiously beside her. The sight caused Thistle to immediately burrow into an empty teacup on the counter with a judgmental croak. "Mr. Bell." Dottie adjusted the perfectly straight lines of her monochrome gray suit. "How fortunate to find you at your place of business during business hours." "Ms. Winthrop," Rowan replied evenly, carefully placing his measuring spoon down. "Is there something I can help you with? Chamomile for the registry staff, perhaps? You all seem particularly stressed during audit season." The quill beside Dottie's ear quivered with what looked like indignation. "Mr. Bell, you've been formally identified as an undeclared bondmate to Ms. Albright in official registry records," Dottie announced with bureaucratic precision. producing a glowing scroll that hovered impatiently in the air between them. This certification requires immediate attention. The moonflower sachet Rowan had been filling slipped from his fingers. I'm sorry. What? The scroll clearly indicates your status. Dottie pushed her glasses up her nose. Please sign your acknowledgement here, here, and initial here. The scroll unfurled further, revealing increasingly smaller text. Rowan's careful composure cracked momentarily as he dropped a vial of rare moss extract, his voice tight with controlled fury. I'm Tess Albright's what? From the teacup, Thistle emitted a single puff of smoke that formed a tiny question mark. Your undeclared romantic entanglement with Ms. Albright has been logged as an official engagement, Dottie continued, unperturbed by his reaction. The registry has protocols for these situations, particularly when both parties operate magical businesses in proximity to one another. There has been a misunderstanding, Rowan said, his voice deliberately measured as he knelt to clean up the shattered vial, carefully collecting the precious moss fragments. Tess Albright and I are not engaged. We're barely civil acquaintances. Dottie's quill suddenly stopped writing and turned toward Rowan, the feathered end quivering with what looked suspiciously like judgment. Contradicting official documentation is a Category 3 violation, Dottie said, her voice dropping to a concerning monotone. Inspector Wren has already processed Ms. Albright's declaration. The verification instruments have been activated. Rowan stood, moss extract forgotten. What declaration? Mr. Albright confirmed your engagement during her official audit this morning. You're expected at the Ministry Review Pavilion immediately for processing and harmony verification. Dottie's eyes narrowed slightly. Unless you're suggesting Ms. Albright falsified information to a ministry official? The implications of what Tess had done crashed over Rowan like ice water. Why would she... How could she possibly, of all the impulsive, ridiculous, absolutely chaotic... Mr. Bell, Dottie prompted. Rowan took a slow, deep breath through his nose. I'll need to close my shop. That won't be necessary, Dottie replied. Ministry protocol allows for immediate suspension of business operations for unregistered romantic entanglements until proper documentation is filed. From the teacup, Thistle made a sound that might have been a snort. How wonderfully efficient, Rowan said, his smile not reaching his eyes as he reached for his herb pouch belt. Thistle, we're going out. His familiar poked his head from the teacup, violet eyes gleaming with suspicion. We're what? Coming, Thistle, Rowan said with pointed emphasis, scooping up the reluctant toad and placing him into the special pouch lined with soft moss. We're going to have a talk with my fiancé. Marching reluctantly to the Ministry Review Pavilion, Rowan observed the white and gold tent with growing suspicion. The structure hadn't existed yesterday, typical ministry efficiency when it came to bureaucratic interference rather than actual assistance. He breathed deeply through his nose in a practiced calming technique as enchanted pens darted through the air, documenting various violations on scrolls that seemed to multiply by the second. You're doing the breathing thing, Thistle muttered from the herb pouch at his waist. You only do that when you're about to yell at someone. I'm not going to yell, Rowan replied quietly. I'm going to have a calm, rational discussion about boundaries, responsibility, and the complete lack of consideration for other people's carefully structured lives. Ah, Thistle said. So, you're going to yell politely. Rowan ignored him, stepping into the pavilion. The interior was larger than the exterior suggested. Classic magical expansion. The space buzzed with the energy of official documentation, filing cabinets that sorted themselves with aggressive efficiency, desks where harried-looking witches and wizards filled out forms in triplicate, and in the center, a glowing map of Thistledown Hollow, with various shops highlighted in different colors. His shop and Tess's were both pulsing an alarming shade of orange. Mr. Bell, a crisp voice cut through the bureaucratic buzz. Right on time. Inspector Prudence Wren stood before him, clipboard hovering aggressively at her shoulder. Her ministry robes were the exact shade of blue that managed to be both boring and intimidating simultaneously. Her spectacles flickered slightly as she assessed him. "Inspector," Roland acknowledged with a polite nod. "I understand there's been a misunderstanding that needs to be cleared up immediately." "No misunderstandings in my audit records, Mr. Bell," she replied, her tone clinically precise. "We have Ms. Albright's declaration, verified by preliminary emotional scans. The findings indicate a significant emotional entanglement between proprietors of neighboring magical businesses." She produced a small crystal vial on a silver chain. "This is your Heartstring Vial Charm. Congratulations on your engagement, Mr. Bell. The Ministry simply requires verification that this relationship isn't destabilizing magical commerce in Thistledown Hollow." The vial gleamed innocently in her palm, filled with a swirling, pearlescent liquid that seemed to catch the light in ways that defied normal reflection. "What exactly does it do?" Rowan asked, not reaching for it. "It monitors emotional resonance between declared partners," Inspector Wren replied. "Standard procedure for newly registered magical business partnerships with romantic components. Helps us identify potentially destabilizing fluctuations in your professional chemistry." Rowan's eyes narrowed as he scanned the pavilion. Then he spotted her. Tess stood across the room, engaged in what appeared to be intense negotiation with another ministry official. Her honey-brown curls were wilder than usual, frizzing around her face like she'd been running her hands through them repeatedly. A matching vial hung around her neck, catching the light as she gestured emphatically. Their eyes met across the pavilion. Tess's expression shifted rapidly from surprise to guilt to something that looked suspiciously like determination. The entrance charm behind Rowan suddenly glowed bright pink, and he quickly suppressed whatever he was feeling, breaking eye contact. "I need to speak with Miss Albright," he said firmly. "After processing," Inspector Wren replied. "Please accept your Heartstring Vial Charm. Refusal constitutes a Category 4 non-compliance." Before Rowan could respond, a firm hand gripped his elbow. Dottie Winthrop had appeared beside him with the unnerving silence of someone who'd spent decades navigating bureaucratic spaces. "A moment, Mr. Bell," she said quietly, steering him toward a relatively empty corner of the pavilion. Her quill remained hovering near the entrance, apparently engaged in judging someone else's paperwork. Dottie's expression remained impassive, but her voice dropped. "The Scroll Patrol has been looking for reasons to increase oversight in Thistledown for months. If you contradict Miss Albright now, both your businesses will face full regulatory review, possibly suspension." Rowan stared at her. "Are you suggesting I go along with this charade?" "I'm not suggesting anything," Dottie replied, straightening an already perfectly straight lapel. "I am merely informing you of the regulatory consequences of contradicting previously documented statements during an active audit." She glanced over at Tess. "Ms. Albright's unorthodox methods have drawn ministry attention before. This time you are, unfortunately, entangled." "Are you telling me this?" Rowan asked, genuinely puzzled. Dottie's expression remained neutral. "Thistledown has maintained independent magical business operations for generations. The Ministry's increased scrutiny would affect all registry operations." She adjusted her glasses. "Additionally, your calming sachets have been most effective for my migraines during audit season." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Rowan to process her warning. He watched Inspector Wren approaching again, the heartstring vial dangling from her fingers. With calculated precision, Rowan accepted the Heartstring Vial Charm, carefully placing it around his neck while maintaining an expression of absolute neutrality, despite the warmth that spread through his fingers upon contact. The liquid inside swirled once, turning a pale gold before settling again. "Excellent," Inspector Wren noted, her clipboard updating itself. "Your compliance has been recorded. Please note that removal of the Heartstring Vial before the conclusion of the audit period constitutes a violation of Statute 16, paragraph—" "How long is the audit period?" Rowan interrupted. Inspector Wren's spectacles flickered. "Minimum of 14 days, maximum of 30, depending on stability readings and compliance factors. She consulted her clipboard. You and Ms. Albright will require a minimum of 3 documented compatibility verification sessions during this time frame. Compatibility verification? Rowan repeated. Yes. Simple observation of natural couple dynamics and emotional resonance, she replied. Nothing invasive. Just routine documentation of normal engaged couple behaviors and magical harmony. Thistle made a sound from the pouch that Rowan was certain translated to, "You've got to be kidding me." "I see," Rowan said, his voice impressively steady. "May I speak with my fiancé now?" "Of course. Family communication is encouraged." Inspector Wren made a note on her clipboard. "The ministry supports healthy dialogue between magically bonded partners." Rowan moved away before she could say anything else, making a direct line toward Tess. He caught her gaze and tilted his head toward a quieter corner of the pavilion. She nodded, her expression somewhere between apologetic and defiant as she extricated herself from her conversation. When finally alone with Tess in a corner of the pavilion, Rowan leaned in uncomfortably close to whisper, "Of all the irresponsible, chaotic stunts you could have pulled," but stopped when their heartstring vials simultaneously pulsed with light. Tess looked down at her vial, then at his, her eyes widening. "They're synchronized already?" "Focus, Tess," Roland hissed, taking care to keep his voice low. "What were you thinking? We're not engaged, we're barely even friends." "I panicked, okay?" Tess whispered back, her cheeks flushing. Inspector Wren was asking all these questions about emotional stability and business practices, and she kept pointing out how close our shops are, and something about competitive magical environments fostering unhealthy emotional discharge, and... "So you told her we're engaged?" "It just came out." Tess ran a hand through her already chaotic curls. She was talking about how rival businesses often create magical instability unless there's a formal emotional bond. And suddenly I was saying we had one, and then there was paperwork, and Mallow was being absolutely no help. "Where is your troublemaking familiar, anyway?" Rowan glanced around. Tess grimaced. "I left her at the shop. She was way too excited about this whole situation." She chewed her lip. "Where's Thistle?" Thistle, who Rowan had placed in his herb pouch, poked his head out to stare meaningfully between the two of them, before dramatically rolling his violet eyes and disappearing back into hiding. "Incredibly unhelpful, thank you," Rowan muttered to the pouch. "Look," Tess said, lowering her voice further. "I know this is a mess, but Doughty pulled me aside and said if I retract my statement, we'll both face complete business reviews, and you know what happened to Grimsby's Enchanted Gardening last year? They're still trying to get their license back after that audit." Rowan pinched the bridge of his nose. "I know. Doughty told me the same thing." "So you understand why we need to do this?" Tess's expression was hopeful. "Just for the audit period. 2 weeks, maybe 3 at most. Pretend to be engaged. To you." Rowan's voice was flat. "It's not ideal for me either," Tess shot back, crossing her arms. "But it's better than losing our businesses." Their vials glowed again, this time with a slightly stronger pulse. Rowan resisted the urge to rip the thing from his neck. "Ground rules," Rowan stated firmly, pulling out a small notebook and precise quill. "First, no actual magical entanglement, no bonding potions, no emotional sync charms, nothing that could make this," he gestured between them, "any more complicated than it already is." "Agreed," Tess nodded quickly. "Absolutely no real magic involved." "Second, we maintain professional boundaries. Just because we're pretending to be..." He couldn't quite bring himself to say engaged again, "doesn't mean we interfere with each other's businesses or methods." "Of course," Tess replied, then hesitated. "Although we might need to coordinate some things. Inspector Wren mentioned something about compatibility verification sessions." "I'm aware," Rowan said darkly, writing in his precise handwriting. Third rule, we create a specific timeline and stick to it. When we're expected to be seen together, where, and for how long. Makes sense, Tess agreed. We should probably also agree on how we supposedly got together. They'll ask questions. Rowan paused in his writing. He hadn't considered that. Something simple, limited emotional details. Right, maybe we could say it happened during the Winter Solstice Festival, when everyone was distracted by the floating lantern display? That was 6 months ago, Rowan pointed out. We were arguing about your discount holiday potions that were turning people's earlobes sparkly. It could have been a passionate argument, Tess suggested, her lips quirking slightly. Fourth rule, Rowan continued, ignoring her. This arrangement ends the moment the audit does. No extensions, no complications. Absolutely, Tess nodded firmly. Clean break. Their vials dimmed slightly at that, which both of them pointedly ignored. And finally, Rowan said, looking directly at her, no improvising. We stick to the plan. No sudden inspirations or creative embellishments that dig us in deeper. Tess pressed her lips together. That seems unnecessarily targeted. Does it? Roland arched an eyebrow. What would you call the reason we're standing here right now, with matching emotion monitoring necklaces? Before she could answer, a crisp voice interrupted them. Excellent! I see you two have had a chance to reconnect. Inspector Wren approached with a scroll that unfurled itself between them. Here is your schedule of chemistry verification sessions. The first will be tomorrow at 2 p.m., a standard observation of couple dynamics in a professional setting. Her spectacles flickered as she studied them. Your vials seem to be synchronizing nicely, always a good sign. Rowan fought to keep his expression neutral as he scanned the schedule. Joint shop inspection. Community dinner at the Hollow Hearth. Compatibility potion brewing demonstration. Each item on the list felt like another nail in the coffin of his carefully organized life. These all seem thorough, Tess said, her voice strained. The ministry values thoroughness in all evaluations, Inspector Wren replied, especially when it involves two magical practitioners whose businesses have documented incidents of competitive spell contamination. Invigorated, that was one time, Tess muttered, and the rainbow fog dissipated after 3 days. 4, Rowan corrected quietly. Inspector Wren made another note. I'll leave you to continue your reunion. Please remember that your heartstring vials are calibrating to your natural emotional resonance. Any significant disharmony will register in the official audit log. With that cheerful reminder, she turned and walked away, her clipboard floating dutifully beside her. Rowan watched his carefully organized life crumble before him as Tess flashed a too-smile-bright smile and squeezed his hand with surprising strength. A warning and a plea that he found himself unable to ignore despite his better judgment. We can do this, she whispered, her smile fixed in place. Just think of it as a business arrangement. A business arrangement that requires us to convince a magical emotion-detecting device that we're in love, Rowan replied through his own forced smile. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds impossible, Tess muttered. Their vials pulsed again, stronger this time, glowing a warm amber shade that reflected in Tess's eyes. Rowan found himself momentarily distracted by the effect before mentally shaking himself. Not impossible, he said finally, just highly improbable and extremely inconvenient. That's practically our motto in Thistledown, Tess replied with a hint of genuine humor. She hadn't let go of his hand. From the herb pouch, Thistle made a sound that Rowan chose to interpret as sympathetic rather than mocking. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. then, he said, gently withdrawing his hand from hers. We should... Right, Tess nodded, tucking a wild curl behind her ear. I'll make sure Mallow behaves. Good luck with that, Rowan replied dryly. As they parted ways at the pavilion entrance, Rowan noticed their vials dimming slightly with increased distance. Great. Even the magical monitoring devices were going to make this difficult. He touched the warm glass briefly before dropping his hand. That went well, Thistle commented as they walked back toward the apothecary. Did it? Rowan asked. No, his familiar replied. But you didn't actually yell at her, which shows remarkable self-control for someone who just had his life completely derailed. Rowan sighed. 2 weeks. 3 at most. We just have to convince everyone we're happily engaged for 3 weeks. Simple, Thistle agreed. Just like the time you convinced yourself your dream poetry journal was actually a botanical symptom documentation ledger. I don't want to talk about the journal, Rowan said firmly. Of course not, dear boy, Thistle replied, because that would require admitting you have actual feelings, much easier to pretend they don't exist. Rowan reached the door of his shop, pausing with his hand on the knob. Through the window he could see the neatly arranged shelves, the precisely labeled bottles, the orderly workstation with the abandoned moonflower sachets. Everything in its place. Except now there was a glowing vial around his neck, connecting him to the most chaotic person in Thistledown. 3 weeks, he repeated to himself as he unlocked the door. What could possibly go wrong? From his pouch, Thistle let out a quiet but distinct snort.
Chapter 3. Potion Fairground Fiasco. Tess's hands still tingled where she'd scrawled her signature on the 17 different versions of the registry's engagement authentication and verification protocols forms. 3 days since her catastrophic lie, and her life had transformed into a bureaucratic obstacle course of magical checkpoints and emotional evaluations. And now it was fair day. Of all the days to face Rowan in public. Do stop fretting, Milo nudged Tess's ankle with her snowy fox nose. Your anxiety makes my fur stand on end, and I just had it properly groomed. The gold markings need to shine, like a proper matchmaker's familiar. You're not a matchmaker's familiar, Tess muttered, hefting her embroidered satchel of potion supplies higher on her shoulder. You're an alchemist's familiar who's developed inappropriate hobbies. Mallow trotted ahead, her tail swishing proudly. I contain multitudes. The morning sunlight filtered through the enchanted pennons strung above the potion fairgrounds, casting rainbow shadows across Tess's path as she made her way toward her assigned booth. She'd stayed up half the night perfecting her display potions, each crystal vial filled with shimmering liquids in graduated colors, arranged to catch the light just so. If she had to endure this ridiculous charade, she would at least remind everyone that the alchemical hearth produced the most innovative potions in 3 counties. Aesthetics matter almost as much as efficacy, she'd always said, particularly when Rowan rolled his eyes at her color-coordinated stoppers. Tess set down her wooden display rack, carved with delicate alchemical symbols that glowed faintly when touched. She arranged her potions with brisk efficiency, mood enhancers in blues and purples, clarity tinctures in amber and gold, and her signature vitality elixirs in vibrant crimson. She'd deliberately left her experimental potions at home. The last thing she needed was unpredictable magic at an event where, oh, the engaged couple! What perfect timing! Tess nearly dropped a priceless crystal vial as Aunt Thimble Merriwick materialized beside her booth, seemingly from thin air. The elderly witch's robes were adorned with enchanted daisies that turned their faces to follow Tess's movements, their petals twitching like they were suppressing giggles. We're not... Tess stammered before catching herself. Good morning, Aunt Thimble. Let me help you with this display, dear. Aunt Thimble didn't wait for permission, her wand knitting needle already rearranging Tess's meticulously organized potions into what appeared to be a heart shape. I just told Crispin you'd be absolutely delighted to participate in today's demonstrations. Demonstrations? A cold dread crept up Tess's spine. I didn't sign up for any demonstrations. Of course not. I signed you up. Aunt Thimble beamed, her wand sending sparks of approval over the rearranged display. You and Rowan will be perfect for the centerpiece event. Mallow, the trader, was purring with delight as she wound around Aunt Thimble's ankles, leaving trails of golden sparkles that matched her bottle-shaped markings. An excellent idea, the fox familiar chittered. Creatures in love should showcase their harmony through collaborative magic. We're not in... Tess caught herself, acutely aware of a ministry official passing nearby with a monitoring quill. We're private people, she amended weakly. Aunt Thimble patted her hand. Nonsense. The whole town is abuzz with your engagement. Such a delightful surprise after all those years of rivalry. 6 years isn't that long, Tess grumbled. Long enough for everyone to place bets on when you'd finally admit your feelings. Aunt Thimble's eyes twinkled mischievously. Tess's jaw dropped. People were betting on us? Darling, the bookkeeping ledger at the Cracked Cauldron has an entire section dedicated to you, too. Aunt Thimble adjusted her flower crown, causing several blossoms to wink conspiratorially. I've had 50 silver pieces on dramatic confession during a magical mishap for 3 years running. Tess felt her cheeks burn. That's ridiculous. Is it? Aunt Thimble's gaze drifted across the fairgrounds. Speaking of your beloved. Against her better judgment, Tess followed her gaze and immediately wished she hadn't. There was Rowan, meticulous as ever, arranging his herbal remedies with the precision of a master craftsman. His dark blonde hair was pulled back with a moss-green ribbon, revealing the sharp angles of his jaw as he concentrated. His earth-toned apron had dozens of tiny pockets, each undoubtedly containing some perfectly labeled ingredient or remedy. How dare he look so calm when her life was imploding? Thistle, his botanical toad familiar, sat perched on Rowan's shoulder like a disdainful guardian, occasionally blinking his violet eyes at passers-by who dared approach the display without proper respect for the herbs. I need to finish setting up, Tess said, abruptly turning away from the sight. Excellent. I'll send Crispin over with the contest details. With a flutter of daisy petals, Aunt Thimble disappeared into the growing crowd. Contest, Tess whispered in horror. Contest, Mallow echoed with inappropriate enthusiasm, her tail practically vibrating with excitement. Before Tess could formulate an escape plan, a flash of iridescent fabric signaled the approach of Crispin Vane, the potion fair organizer. His vest today was a particularly aggressive shade of teal with silver constellations that pulsed and realigned themselves whenever he gestured, which was constantly. Miss Albright, the romantic revelation of the season, Crispin clutched his enchanted clipboard to his chest, the papers fluttering like anxious birds. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. My timing for what exactly? Tess asked, already dreading the answer. The perfect partners potion contest. Crispin's vest pattern shifted to tiny champagne bubbles. It's the centerpiece of this afternoon's festivities, and your registry, approved romance, is exactly what we need. I don't think... After last year's unfortunate transformative punch incident, Crispin lowered his voice to a dramatic whisper. The town council insisted on a more controlled central event, something stable and heartwarming. Tess winced at the memory of last year's disaster, when Old Man Jenkins's experimental transformation punch had turned half the attendees into various songbirds for 3 hours. The resulting aerial chaos had only ended when Rowan managed to brew an emergency reversal tonic, something she'd grudgingly had to admire, even while competing with him to solve the problem first. Surely there are other couples who... Other couples weren't flagged by the registry as a Category Orange romantic anomaly. Crispin's voice rose with excitement while his vest pattern shifted to vibrant flames. Do you know how rare that is? The authentic emotional resonance readings must be off the chart. Tess fought the urge to bang her head against the nearest surface. Of course the registry's ridiculous classification had become public knowledge. Nothing stayed private in Thistledown Hollow. Besides, Crispin added, following her reluctant gaze across the fairgrounds, Dottie Winthrop is personally overseeing compliance today. Sure enough, the head of the familiar registry bureau stood by the entrance, her monochrome dress suit impeccable as always. Her quill hovered beside her, making occasional disapproving swoops toward vendors who failed to display their permits properly. Perfect, Tess muttered. I knew you'd agree. Such a team player. Crispin thrust a parchment into her hands. Here's the contest briefing. You and Rowan will create a harmonized potion together at 2 o'clock, center stage. The couple with the strongest magical synchronization wins. But Crispin placed a trembling hand over his heart, his vest pattern shifting to a storm of anxious lightning bolts. Please don't say you'll withdraw. My nerves simply cannot take another restructuring of the program. Last time I had to rewrite the schedule, my hair temporarily lost its enchantment and just drooped. He touched his perfectly windswept locks with horror in his eyes. Malo chose that moment to interject, her voice carrying that distinctive tone that meant trouble. My mistress would never disappoint the town. She and Rowan have been practicing their cooperation constantly. Tess shot her familiar a murderous glare. Wonderful. Crispin clapped his hands, sending a shower of glitter cascading from his sleeves. I'll inform the judges. The aesthetic cohesion will be breathtaking. As Crispin swanned away, his vest now peacefully displaying victorious fireworks, Tess crouched down to Mallow's level. What was that about? The fox's golden markings glimmered with mischief. Opportunity, darling. Do you know what happens during these partnership contests? Emotional magic becomes heightened. Feelings surface. Revelations occur. The only revelation will be how creatively I can punish a familiar, Tess hissed. Ooh, someone's approaching, Mallow sing-songed, retreating strategically behind the display table. The hair on Tess's neck prickled before she even turned around. Inspector Prudence Wren stood before her booth, clipboard hovering aggressively nearby, magical spectacles glinting in the morning light. Motioneer Albright, the inspector greeted with clinical precision. I see you've been appropriately integrated into today's community magical showcase. Inspector, Tess managed a tight smile. What a surprise to see you here. The registry must verify emotional bonds in multiple contexts. Inspector Wren adjusted her spectacles, which flickered ominously. Controlled environments provide insufficient data on authentic resonance patterns. Of course, Tess nodded, as though that made perfect sense. The inspector produced an additional clipboard from somewhere within her ministry robes. This one was labeled in bold official script. Chemistry Observation Log. Albright, Bell Alliance. The quill attached to it vibrated with anticipation. Your participation in today's Perfect Partners demonstration will provide valuable metrics, Inspector Wren continued, particularly since your declaration of engagement was unexpected. The way she lingered on unexpected made Tess's stomach twist. The inspector suspected something. Of course she did. She wasn't stupid. The woman literally had truth-detecting spectacles. Before Tess could formulate a response, she sensed a shift in the air, a familiar scent of mint and loam that she would recognize anywhere. She didn't need to turn around to know Rowan had approached, but she did anyway, if only to prepare herself. He looked annoyingly unruffled, his hazel eyes clear and focused as he nodded politely to the inspector. Thistle peered out from his pocket, eyeing everyone with his typical disdain. Inspector Wren, Rowan greeted with infuriating composure. I wasn't aware you'd be observing the fair activities. Official business, Mr. Bell, the inspector replied. I was just explaining to your fiancé the importance of monitoring your partnership dynamics in varied magical environments. Something flickered across Rowan's expression, so briefly Tess might have imagined it, before his polite mask returned. How thorough of you. The inspector's quill made a quick notation. I'll leave you to prepare for your demonstration. Remember that your heartstring vials must remain visible at all times. As she walked away, Rowan stepped closer to Tess, leaning in with a fixed smile that didn't reach his eyes. This is exactly the kind of public spectacle we should be avoiding, he whispered urgently. Why would you agree to a demonstration? I didn't agree to anything. Your aunt and Crispin ambushed me, Tess hissed back, equally maintaining her own fake smile for any observers. From Rowan's pocket, Thistle croaked judgmentally, the time sprouts on his back quivering with disapproval. We need to establish what we're doing before we go on stage, Rowan said through barely moving lips. No improvisation, No untested combinations. "I know how to make potions, Rowan," Tess said, bristling. "I'm aware," he replied with maddening patience. "I'm more concerned about what happens when our magic interacts while we're both wearing these." He discreetly touched the heartstring vial hanging around his neck, which pulsed faintly in response. Tess felt her own vial warm against her collarbone. "It'll be fine. We just need to focus on the potions, not each other." "Easier said than done when the entire point of the contest is magical compatibility," Rowan muttered. "They want a show? We'll give them one," Tess said, with more confidence than she felt. "We'll make something simple but impressive. My color? Change mood elixir with your stabilizing herbs. It's flashy enough to satisfy Crispin, but safe enough to prevent disasters." Rowan eyed her thoughtfully. "That could actually work. We'll need a preparation space. We've been assigned the center demonstration table." Tess gestured toward the elevated platform in the middle of the fairgrounds. "Apparently, we're the main attraction." Roland sighed, a familiar sound she'd heard countless times across their shop's shared alley. "Let's get this over with." Together, they gathered supplies from their respective booths. Tess with her crystal vials and essence extracts, Rowan with his precisely labeled herb pouches and mortar and pestle. The demonstration table was larger than Tess had expected, with enough space for them to work side by side without crowding each other. Or at least, that had been the theory. As they arranged their supplies, Tess reached for her measuring spoons at the same moment Rowan set down his herb bundle. Their hands collided, sending Tess's experimental Love Myler potion version 13B, which she definitely hadn't intended to bring, toppling over. The unstoppered vial spilled its pearlescent contents across both their hands before either could react. "What was that?" Rowan asked sharply as the liquid absorbed instantly into their skin with a faint shimmer. "Nothing," Tess said too quickly. "Just a simple communication enhancer." Rowan narrowed his eyes. "Tess?" "It's fine. Probably. It's still in the testing phase, but the effects are minimal." She hoped the panic didn't show in her voice. Version 13B was her most unstable iteration yet, designed to temporarily heighten awareness of latent attraction, but with unpredictable side effects. She'd created it on a theoretical basis only, never intending to actually use it. Before Rowan could press further, a warm, tingling sensation spread up Tess's arm from where the potion had touched her skin. The feeling traveled swiftly, wrapping around her ribs and settling somewhere near her heart with a gentle but insistent pulse. She looked up, intending to avoid Rowan's gaze, only to find herself caught in it instead. His normally guarded expression had faltered, hazel eyes widening slightly as they met hers. Something shifted in the air between them, a tangible change that made her breath catch. Had his eyes always been that particular shade of hazel, like forest honey held up to sunlight? The thought barely had time to form before both their heartstring vials blazed to life simultaneously, emitting a pink light so bright it cast rosy shadows across the demonstration table. The sudden illumination drew gasps from nearby fairgoers who had gathered to watch them prepare. "My goodness!" Aunt Thimble's delighted voice carried clearly through the crowd. "Look at those vials glow! That's genuine resonance if I've ever seen it." Crispin, who had been directing the placement of judges' chairs, swayed dramatically against a nearby decorative post. "The aesthetic chemistry is beyond perfection. This is exactly what the potion fair needed." Tess felt her cheeks burning. From embarrassment or the potion's effects, she couldn't tell. Rowan looked equally stunned, his normally composed demeanor cracking as he stared at their glowing vials with something between horror and fascination. Inspector Wren was scribbling furiously on her clipboard, her spectacles flickering at an alarming rate. Tess felt panic rising in her chest. They were drawing too much attention. The inspector was watching too closely. The charade was about to collapse before it had properly begun. A wild impulse seized her, the kind that had led to her best potions and worst decisions. Without giving herself time to reconsider, Tess grabbed Rowan's hand and raised their joined fingers high for the crowd to see. "Well, of course they're glowing," she announced with fabricated confidence. That's what happens when you actually like your fiancé. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Beside her, Rowan made a strangled noise that might have been a suppressed cough, or possibly the sound of his dignity dying a painful death. "Smile, plant boy," Tess whispered through gritted teeth. "We've got an audience." To her surprise, Rowan's fingers tightened around hers in response. A strained smile appeared on his face, but there was something else in his expression too, something she couldn't quite decipher. At their feet, Mallow circled excitedly, releasing puffs of cinnamon-scented approval that mingled with the earthy aroma of Thistle's irritated thyme sprouts. "What was in that potion?" Rowan whispered, his breath warm against her ear. "Just a mild attraction enhancer," Tess murmured back. "It'll wear off. Probably." "Probably?" His grip on her hand tightened fractionally. 92% certainty, she offered, trying not to notice how natural his hand felt in hers, how the warmth of his palm seemed to fit perfectly against her own. The rational part of her brain insisted this was just the potion's effect, a chemical reaction, nothing more. But another part, the part she usually kept safely locked away in the dustiest corner of her mind, wondered if the potion had simply revealed something that was already there. Which was ridiculous. This was Rowan. Uptight, overly cautious, infuriatingly competent Rowan, whose careful nature was the complete opposite of her experimental approach, whose shop sat across the alley from hers like a constant reminder of everything she wasn't, whose steadiness she'd never admit to envying during her more chaotic moments. And yet his hand remained firmly clasped with hers, their fingers intertwined as if they belonged that way, as their heartstring vials continued to pulse with that impossible pink light. "Ladies and gentlemen!" Crispin's amplified voice cut through Tess's confused thoughts. "The Perfect Partners Potion Contest will begin in 30 minutes. Our featured couple will demonstrate the harmonious blending of their magical styles." The crowd's renewed cheers felt distant, drowned out by the rushing in Tess's ears as she finally managed to tear her gaze away from Rowan's. Their hands remained linked, neither quite willing to be the first to let go. "Tess," Rowan said quietly, urgency threading through his voice, "you need to tell me exactly what was in that potion."
Chapter 4. A Toad's Eye View. Rowan scrubbed his hands under the cold water for the third time, watching with grim satisfaction as the faint pink residue swirled down the drain. The telltale shimmer of magical interference caught the afternoon light streaming through his shop window, confirming what he already knew. Tessa's Love Lure potion was still clinging to his skin hours after the fair. "Just a poorly calibrated concoction," he muttered, reaching for the herbal soap he reserved specifically for potion contamination. The lavender mint block had been his own creation, designed to neutralize lingering magical properties while restoring natural skin balance. He'd made it after the third time Tess had accidentally splashed him with an experimental brew that left his fingers smelling like cinnamon for a week. From his perch atop the jar of dried valerian root, Thistle watched with unblinking violet eyes, his mossy back expanding slightly with each judgmental breath. "It was the potion causing the reaction," Rowan said defensively, not entirely sure why he was explaining himself to a toad who hadn't actually asked. He dried his hands with more force than necessary on the clean linen towel hanging by the sink. "A simple chemical response to unstable magical compounds." He deliberately avoided looking at his reflection in the polished copper kettle hanging nearby. He didn't need to see the slight flush that he could still feel warming his neck whenever he thought about the fairgrounds incident. Thistle responded with a single, low croak that somehow managed to convey both disbelief and disappointment. "You weren't even there," Rowan countered, hanging the towel with precise movements. "The entire potion fair saw our charms light up like festival lanterns. It was mortifying." Thistle blinked slowly. "No, not because it was Tess, because it was a public spectacle that undermines my professional credibility." Rowan moved to the shelves behind his counter, needing to restore order through routine. His collection of herbs was already perfectly arranged, alphabetically within categorical groupings, with medicinal varieties separated from culinary and magical ones. But organization calmed him. He ran his fingers lightly over the glass jars, adjusting ones that didn't need adjusting. His hands paused over the lavender. The dried purple buds sat innocently in their crystal container, but the moment his fingers touched the glass, his mind conjured the scent of Tess's hair when she had leaned close during their performance, whispering hurried instructions about how to play along with Crispin Vane's enthusiastic announcement. "Just smile and nod," she'd hissed, her breath warm against his ear, "and try to look besotted instead of constipated." The memory made his jaw tighten. Her hair had smelled like lavender and something distinctly Tess. A combination of vanilla extract and the faint electrical scent of active magic always surrounding her. He withdrew his hand quickly. "Motion-induced awareness," he muttered. "Sensory enhancement is a common side effect of unstable love potions." A deliberate thump drew his attention back to the counter. Thistle had abandoned his Valerian perch and landed squarely on Rowan's leather-bound recipe journal. With surprising dexterity for webbed feet, the familiar pushed the cover open and used his front leg to flip through several pages. "What are you doing?" "That's private," Rowan said, moving quickly to close the book. He was too slow. Thistle had already located the page he wanted, a detailed sketch of herbs surrounding a complex emotion-dampening tea blend. Rowan had created the recipe months ago, after a particularly heated argument with Tess over display space at the spring equinox market had left him unable to focus for days. In neat handwriting along the margin, he'd labeled it, "For professional emergencies, T.A. Encounter." "I don't need your commentary," Rowan said, firmly closing the journal. "That was made for entirely different circumstances." Thistle stared at him, unmoving. Then, with deliberate slowness, the toad opened his mouth and belched. A small cloud of greenish smoke emerged, hanging in the air between them. The smoke twisted and curled, forming the unmistakable shape of a heart before dissolving into a series of question marks. Rowan scowled deeply. "That's inappropriate and unprofessional." Thistle responded by closing his eyes, apparently done with the conversation. The tap of wings against glass interrupted the standoff. A tawny ministry owl hovered outside the shop window, an official Korkol-looking scroll clutched in its talons. Rowan sighed and opened the window. The owl swooped in, dropped its cargo on the counter with ceremonial precision, and promptly departed without waiting for treats or acknowledgement. The scroll unfurled itself with a dramatic flourish, spreading across the polished oak counter. Gold lettering shimmered at the top. Ministry of Magical Business Regulation. Addendum to Relationship Verification Protocol. Rowan's eyes scanned the document, his frown deepening with each paragraph. "Pursuant to Code 47B of Emotional Authentication Protocols," he read aloud, "registered couple R. Bell and T. Albright must wear ministry-issued affinity bands during all public appearances for the duration of the verification period. Failure to comply will result in immediate audit escalation." 2 thin copper bands had fallen from the scroll when it opened. Rowan picked one up cautiously, turning it in the light. Intricate runes were engraved along the surface, pulsing slightly as his fingers brushed over them. The metal felt unusually warm. The scroll continued. "These enchanted accessories are designed to harmonize legitimate emotional resonance and dampen theatrical fabrication, ensuring the integrity of declared bonds while protecting the magical marketplace from fraudulent affiliations." "They've sent us magical lie detectors," Rowan translated for Thistle's benefit, "because that's exactly what we need." He placed the bands back on the counter like they might bite. The afternoon had started badly and was rapidly getting worse. He needed tea. Rowan moved with practiced efficiency, selecting chamomile for calm, lemon balm for clarity, and just a hint of passion flower to ease tension. As the kettle heated, he found his thoughts drifting back to the potion fair, not to the humiliating moment when their charms had lit up, but to the second just before. He'd expected Tess to look smug when their demonstration drew attention. She'd always thrived on being the center of attention, acting first and thinking later, but what he'd seen instead was genuine surprise in her eyes when their charms began to glow, not calculation or triumph, but something almost vulnerable. For a brief moment, she'd seemed as caught off guard as he was, and he'd found himself wanting to step closer, to shield her somehow from the crowd's scrutiny. That impulse had been unsettling. The kettle whistled, breaking his reverie. Rowan poured the hot water over the herbs, watching as the clear liquid took on a pale golden hue. Steam curled upward, carrying the soothing scent of his blend. He was just lifting the cup to his lips when the shop bell chimed. He tensed immediately, recognizing the cadence of the footsteps even before Tess appeared in the doorway. Quick but slightly uneven, she always put more weight on her right foot, a habit from years of stirring cauldrons counterclockwise. She paused at the threshold, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. Her normally confident posture was slightly hunched, one arm clutching a notebook to her chest. The cover was visible even from across the room. Operation Convince the Registry, written in her bold, looping scrawl. "We need to coordinate our stories," she announced without preamble, marching to his counter and spreading out her notes. Mallow trotted in behind her, the fox's creamy white fur shimmering slightly with magical residue. The familiar immediately locked eyes with Thistle, who had roused himself enough to look thoroughly unimpressed. Rowan set down his untouched tea. "Good afternoon to you too, Albright." "Save the pleasantries," Tess said, flipping open her notebook. "We have a crisis." "Another one? I thought the blinding light show at the fair was crisis enough for one day." She shot him a glare. "That was an unfortunate side effect of unstable magical interference. It won't happen again." "That's what you said after the Valentine's Day incident. I believe several customers still have star-shaped freckles." "Those fade eventually," she muttered, then tapped her notebook emphatically. "Focus, Bell. The ministry is escalating." It was then that Rowan noticed the copper band already clasped around her left wrist. It gleamed against her skin, the runes dormant but clearly visible. "I see you've received the owl too," he said. "Yes, and I've been researching these accessories." She practically spat the word. "They're enhanced versions of truth detectors, specifically calibrated for emotional authenticity." I gathered that from the scroll's overly verbose explanation. She ignored his comment. "The good news is they're not mind readers. They only activate with significant emotional shifts and direct questions about our relationship." Rowan raised an eyebrow. "And the bad news?" "They can't be fooled by standard misdirection spells or emotional dampeners." Her eyes flickered to his half-made brewed tea, then back to his face. "Whatever we're feeling when asked direct questions, the bands will respond to that." From her shoulder bag, Mallow stuck her head out and made a sound that was suspiciously like a giggle. The fox's golden markings seemed to shimmer more intensely as she fixed her gaze on Rowan. "So we need a strategy," Tess continued, pulling out a quill and ink. "I've started a list of potential questions the registry might ask, and appropriate emotional responses we should cultivate." Rowan stared at her. "You want us to rehearse our feelings?" "Obviously, we need consistent answers about how we met, when we realized our feelings," she made air quotes with her fingers, "and basic relationship milestones." Rowan reluctantly picked up the remaining affinity band from the counter. The metal warmed instantly at his touch, the runes glowing faintly blue. "These are serious magical artifacts," he said. "The kind used in high-level ministry investigations. You understand that if we're caught deliberately deceiving them—" "We won't be," Tess interrupted. "Because we won't be lying exactly. We'll be focusing on compatible truths." "Compatible truths," he repeated flatly. "Yes, like—" she glanced down at her notes. When asked how we met, we focus on the spring market 3 years ago, when you helped me with my display after that windstorm knocked it over. I only helped because your collapsed booth was blocking access to mine. See, compatible truth. You did help me, regardless of motivation. Rowan sighed and slipped the band onto his wrist. The metal adjusted immediately, contracting to fit comfortably against his skin. A warm tingle traveled up his arm, not unpleasant, but distinctly magical. The sensation intensified when he looked at Tess, who was biting her lower lip as she consulted her notes. "We should start with basic questions," she said, not noticing his reaction. "The registry will want to establish baseline readings." She glanced up then, catching sight of something behind Rowan that made her lips twitch upward. He turned to see Thistle deliberately positioning himself atop Rowan's tea canister, his expression as judgmental as a toad's face could manage. The smile that spread across Tess's face wasn't her public smile, the wide, slightly forced one she used for customers and official events. This was smaller, slightly crooked, genuine amusement lighting her eyes. Something in Rowan's chest shifted in response. The bands hummed simultaneously, producing a soft, musical tone that filled the quiet shop. Tess stared at her wrist in betrayal. "That wasn't... I didn't..." she stammered, her cheeks flushing pink. Rowan deliberately kept his expression neutral as he moved to pour a second cup of tea. He set it before Tess without comment, watching her from the corner of his eye. "Did they send an instruction manual with these things?" she asked, poking at her band with a finger. "Just the scroll with the regulation updates," he replied, settling across from her. "But I have a theory." "Of course you do." He ignored the jab. "They respond to authentic emotional shifts, not manufactured ones, which means if we want them to register appropriate affection during questioning, we need to access genuine positive feelings." "Access genuine?" she broke off, frowning. "What? Are you suggesting—" "A test." Rowan leaned forward slightly. "Tell me about your favorite childhood potion memory." "What does that have to do with—" "Just answer the question, Albright." She looked suspicious, but set down her quill. "Fine. I was 7. My grandmother let me help with her famous moon-sweet cordial. It wasn't really a potion, more of a magical dessert liqueur, but she treated it with all the seriousness of high alchemy." As she spoke, her expression softened. The tension she'd carried in since entering his shop gradually eased from her shoulders. "She let me crush the blueberries with this tiny silver mortar and pestle that had been in the family for generations. I was so proud to be trusted with it." A genuine smile spread across her face. "When we were done, she let me lick the spoon. It tasted like summer nights and starlight." The bands hummed again, more softly this time, but unmistakably harmonizing. Rowan nodded, his theory confirmed. The bands aren't registering what we say. They're responding to authentic emotional reactions. "So what, we just need to make each other happy during questioning?" She looked skeptical. "Not exactly. We need to find topics and memories that generate genuine positive feelings, then access those when asked about our relationship." Tess stared at him. "That's actually not a terrible idea." "Try not to sound so surprised," he said dryly. Mallow chose that moment to leap from Tess's bag onto the counter, her tail swishing as she padded toward Thistle. The toad remained motionless as the fox sniffed at him curiously. "Be nice," Tess warned her familiar. "We need everyone's cooperation." Mallow made a chirping sound that somehow conveyed both innocence and mischief. Her golden markings shimmered brightly as she settled next to the tea canister, her eyes fixed on Rowan with uncomfortable intensity. "Your fox is staring at me," Rowan noted. "She's analyzing your emotional state," Tess replied matter-of-factly. "It's what she does." "And what fascinating conclusions has she drawn?" "Nothing worth sharing." Tess shuffled her papers, suddenly very interested in her notes. "Now, about our strategy." "Actually," Rowan interrupted, "I think we should approach this differently than your list suggests." "Yes, Instead of fabricating a relationship timeline, we should work with what's actually true, which is, we've known each other for years. We're competitors who respect each other's work, even if we disagree on methods. We've had moments of successful collaboration when circumstances required it. That doesn't sound very romantic, Tess pointed out. No, but it's authentic. The bands respond to real emotion. If we try to manufacture feelings that aren't there, they'll know. Tess considered this, absently twisting a curl around her finger, a habit she had when thinking deeply. So what's your alternative? We focus on facts and let our natural chemistry handle the rest. The word chemistry hung in the air between them, more loaded than Rowan had intended. To his surprise, Tess didn't mock or dismiss the suggestion. Instead, she looked thoughtful. So when they ask how we fell in love, we talk about how competition evolved into respect, how watching your creative approach to potions challenges my traditional methods. One corner of her mouth quirked upward. That's actually true. Exactly. And when they ask what you love about me, your irritating precision, she finished without hesitation, the way you catalog every herb by lunar phase and soil conditions, it's maddening but impressive. The bands hummed again, louder this time. They both looked down at their wrists, then back at each other. Something shifted in the air between them, a subtle recalibration that made Rowan suddenly aware of how close they were sitting. This might actually work, Tess said quietly. It will, Rowan agreed, equally soft. As long as we stay grounded in what's real. Their eyes met and held for a moment too long. Rowan found himself noticing details he normally ignored. The flecks of amber in her brown eyes, the small scar above her right eyebrow from a cauldron mishap years ago, the way her hair curled more tightly near her temples. The bands hummed continuously now, a gentle background music to their conversation. Thistle chose that moment to hop directly onto Mallow's tail, causing the fox to yelp in surprise. The moment shattered, both Tess and Rowan pulling back. Your toad did that on purpose, Tess accused, reaching for her familiar. He's not usually so interactive, Rowan admitted, watching as Thistle settled back on the tea canister, looking for all the world like he'd done nothing unusual. Mallow shook her tail indignantly, her runes flickering from gold to a brief flash of crimson before settling back. She shot Thistle a look that clearly communicated future retribution. I think, Rowan said carefully, our familiars may complicate matters. They're already taking sides, Tess agreed. Mallow is far too invested in this charade. From her perch, Mallow made a sound that was unmistakably offended. It's not a charade, the fox said, not out loud, but in that particular way familiars communicated directly to their bonded humans. It's an inevitability. I'm simply expediting. Tess's cheeks flushed crimson. Ignore her, she told Rowan. She's being difficult. What did she say? Nothing important. Tess gathered her notes hurriedly. I should go. We have enough of a plan to start with, and I need to prepare for tomorrow's registry check in... She stood, tucking her notebook under her arm, then hesitated. Your theory about the bands... Accessing real feelings rather than manufacturing them. It's... sensible. Coming from Tess, this was high praise indeed. Rowan inclined his head slightly. I've been known to have good ideas occasionally. Very occasionally, she agreed, but there was no bite to her words. Same time tomorrow to prepare for the registry visit? I'll be here. She nodded once, then gestured to Mallow. The fox jumped down from the counter with graceful precision, pausing only to give Thistle one last assessing look before following her human to the door. At the threshold, Tess paused and looked back. For what it's worth, Belle, I'm sorry about dragging you into this. The bands hummed softly, confirming her sincerity. Rowan felt an unexpected warmth in his chest at the simple apology. We'll manage, he said simply. After she left, Rowan stood motionless in the center of his shop, absent-mindedly rubbing the affinity band around his wrist. His carefully ordered thoughts felt scrambled, rearranged into unfamiliar patterns. Thistle croaked once, drawing his attention. Don't start. Rowan warned his familiar. "This is purely strategic." The toad blinked slowly, then deliberately turned his back on Rowan, which, for Thistle, was the equivalent of rolling his eyes. Rowan returned to his cooling tea, trying to focus on practical concerns rather than the memory of Tess's smile when she'd talked about her grandmother's cordial, or the way the afternoon light had caught in her hair, or how the bands had hummed most strongly not when they'd discussed strategy, but when they'd simply been honest with each other. He glanced down at his affinity band, the runes now dormant against his skin. Whatever was happening between them wasn't entirely the potion's fault. He was almost certain of that now. The question was what he intended to do about it.
Chapter 5. Lost in the Love Labyrinth. Tess dragged the pad of her thumb back and forth across the affinity band encircling her wrist, the smooth metal warming beneath her nervous touch. The love labyrinth loomed before her, its entrance a swirling archway of iridescent potion bubbles that shifted between sunset pink and molten gold. Each bubble wall undulated gently, as though breathing. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, shooting a sideways glance at Rowan, who stood with his shoulders squared and jaw tight. "It's like walking through a giant magical mood ring." Inspector Prudence Wren materialized beside them, clipboard hovering at her elbow while her enchanted quill ticked off a box with unnecessary flourish. "Voluntary couples assessment, check," she announced, eyeing Tess over her spectacles. The lenses flickered briefly, reflecting Tess's anxiety back at her. "The registry considers the love labyrinth an excellent indicator of authentic partnership resonance. Couples with synchronized emotional patterns have a 78.3% higher success rate in joint magical business ventures." "How fascinating," Tess replied, her smile strained. "And totally irrelevant since we're already engaged." The inspector's quill paused mid-air. "Indeed. Consider this a formality, then." Crispin veins swept between them in a vest that today featured swirling constellations that brightened whenever he gesticulated, which was constantly. His hair remained, as always, in a state of perfect windswept elegance, despite the complete absence of breeze. "The labyrinth tests natural emotional resonance," he explained, voice pitched for maximum dramatic effect. His eyes widened as he leaned toward them conspiratorially. "The walls respond to genuine connection. Forced emotions cause unfortunate collapses." He gestured toward the exit on the far side of the fairground, where a bedraggled couple emerged, covered in sticky rainbow residue. The woman was picking glittering potion fragments from her hair, while her partner attempted to wipe a particularly stubborn patch from his cheek. "Mervyn and Juniper scored a dismal 17, Crispin whispered with gleeful dismay. "The poor dears tried to manufacture compatibility with emotional enhancement drops. The labyrinth can tell, you know. It always knows." Tess swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. "And? We care about our score because—" "Well, this year's scores are being published in the Thistledown Town Crier's Special Potion Fair Edition." Crispin clapped his hands, sending sparkles cascading from his vest. "It's marvelous publicity for engagement announcements." Beside her, Rowan stood so rigidly he might have been carved from oak. The only indication of his discomfort was the white-knuckled grip he had on the herb pouch hanging from his belt. Tess caught the subtle movement of his lips as he muttered, just loud enough for her to hear. "This is exactly the kind of emotional magic amplification we agreed to avoid." From his pocket, Thistle peeked out, the toad's violet eyes holding more interest than Tess had ever seen. A tiny time leaf unfurled from his back, which she'd learned was his version of perking up. Mallow, meanwhile, had positioned herself directly in front of the entrance, her golden markings practically glowing with anticipation. "This is perfect for love bonding," she announced, loud enough for several nearby fairgoers to turn their heads. "T means business, bonding," Tess corrected quickly, earning a suspicious eyebrow raise from Inspector Wren. "Shall we proceed?" The inspector checked her timepiece. I have 17 more couple assessments to observe today. Tess glanced at Rowan, hoping for some sign of a tactical retreat, but his expression had settled into the look of calm resignation he wore when accepting a particularly difficult order of rare herbs. "After you," he said, gesturing toward the entrance. Tess took a deep breath and stepped through the archway. The moment they entered, the walls pulsed with light, brightening from a gentle glow to an almost blinding shimmer. Tess gasped involuntarily as the iridescent bubbles around them expanded and contracted, reflecting distorted images of both their shops. The alchemical hearth appeared, with its colorful potion bottles and chaotic workbench, while Bell and Bloom Remedies materialized with its neat herb bundles and precisely labeled drawers. Mallow pranced ahead, her paws leaving glowing prints on the labyrinth floor. Each paw print seemed to trigger another surge in the wall's luminosity. "Could you please ask your familiar to stop, magically agitating everything?" Rowan asked, squinting against the brightness. "Bold of you to assume she listens to me," Tess replied, watching as Mallow deliberately pressed her paw into the floor repeatedly, creating a pulsing heart pattern. "Mallow, you're going to give someone a seizure." The fox swished her tail dismissively. "I'm enhancing the experience." The path ahead narrowed suddenly, forcing Tess and Rowan closer together. Their shoulders brushed as they rounded a corner, and Tess tried to ignore the jolt of awareness that shot through her at the contact. The walls responded immediately, shifting to display floating, translucent images that Tess recognized with a sinking feeling. "Is that?" Rowan began. "Us," Tess confirmed, watching the day they first met in Thistledown playing out like a watercolor memory. There she was, 3 years younger, stubbornly hauling a cauldron twice her size toward her newly inherited shop. And there was Rowan, his hair shorter than, pausing on his way to his own shop opening. The image Rowan stepped forward, offering to help. The image Tess refused, promptly dropped the cauldron on her foot, and then grudgingly accepted his assistance while insulting his choice of herbs. "I don't remember being quite that rude," Tess mumbled, feeling heat rise in her cheeks. "You told me my lavender selection looked tragically uninspired, and that I should consider a career in bureaucratic paperwork if I was going to be so pedantic about organization," Rowan reminded her. "Well, you are being pedantic." A musical shimmer interrupted their bickering as the path behind them suddenly sealed off, the bubble walls fusing together with a sound like wind chimes. They were trapped in a domed chamber, completely secluded from the rest of the labyrinth. "What's happening?" Tess spun around, searching for the path they'd been following. Ahead of them, the walls began to transform, swirling into new images. Tess watched, horrified, as moments she'd thought were private began to play out on the iridescent surfaces. There she was, pausing to watch Rowan during last year's herb festival, admiring the deft way his fingers worked as he demonstrated proper seedling transplantation to a group of children. Another bubble showed Rowan lingering outside her shop window one rainy afternoon, a steaming cup in hand, seemingly about to enter, before changing his mind and walking away. "The walls are extracting memories," Rowan whispered, his voice uncharacteristically unsteady. More moments surfaced, Tess hiding behind a bookshelf in the town library, watching Rowan help old Mrs. Finberry find a reference on healing teas. Rowan slowing his steps when passing the alchemical hearth to peek through the window at Tess mid-experiment, her hair frizzed and cheeks flushed with concentration. These weren't staged moments for their fake engagement. These were real fragments neither had acknowledged, lingering glances, accidental touches, small kindnesses disguised as professional courtesy. "I don't understand," Tess said, her voice small. "These are private," Rowan finished, looking as unsettled as she felt. The floor beneath them suddenly began to undulate, gentle waves of potion-infused magic rippling outward. Tess stumbled, losing her balance as the surface beneath her rolled like water. Rowan's hand shot out, grabbing hers just as she was about to fall. The moment their fingers interlocked, their affinity bands glowed with warm, golden light, and the labyrinth floor immediately stabilized. The pathways ahead reshuffled, bubbles rearranging themselves into the unmistakable shape of a heart. Tess felt her face flood with heat. "Well, that's subtle," she said, attempting to sound nonchalant despite the hammering of her heart. "The registry would love this performance." Her voice caught on the last word as Rowan's thumb began tracing small circles on her palm. The sensation sent tingles radiating up her arm that had absolutely nothing to do with magical artifacts and everything to do with the gentle pressure of his skin against hers. "Should we keep going?" he asked, his voice lower than usual. Tess nodded, not trusting herself to speak. They moved deeper into the labyrinth, still hand in hand because it seemed to stabilize the path. At least, that's what Tess told herself. In reality, she couldn't bring herself to let go, and Rowan showed no inclination to release her either. As they navigated through the heart-shaped corridors, the walls began displaying different kinds of images. These weren't memories of the past, but impossibly, glimpses of what could be. Tess saw herself and Rowan laughing together over tea, heads bent close, shoulders touching. Another bubble showed them working side by side at a shared workbench, passing ingredients back and forth with easy familiarity. In yet another, they leaned over a cauldron together, Rowan's hand resting lightly on the small of her back as she stirred. Tess's heart raced with a dangerous, unwelcome hope. These images weren't real. They couldn't be. And yet, they didn't feel entirely impossible either. "Are you seeing?" she began to ask. "Yes," Rowan answered simply. Mallow had circled back to them, her ear tufts quivering with excitement. "The walls show heart truths," she announced with satisfaction. "The labyrinth knows." "Knows what, exactly?" Tess demanded, but the fox merely flicked her tail and trotted ahead. The path took a sharp turn, and Tess, distracted by the swirling images surrounding them, caught her foot on an uneven section of floor. She stumbled forward, losing her balance completely this time. Rowan reacted instinctively, turning to catch her as she fell against his chest. His arms came around her, steadying her with surprising strength. The moment they collided, the walls around them exploded, not in collapse, but in an eruption of light. Thousands of glowing fragments hung suspended in the air like stars, surrounding them in a private constellation. Tess found herself pressed against Rowan, her hands splayed against his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath her fingertips. His face was inches from hers, close enough that she could see the flecks of amber in his hazel eyes, the slight shadow of stubble along his jaw. His eyes darkened as they dropped to her lips, and something inside Tess unraveled. Time seemed to stretch between them like honey drizzled from a spoon, sweet and languid. She felt herself leaning imperceptibly closer, drawn by a force that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the man holding her. Her eyes began to close of their own accord. A warm, furry body deliberately crashed into their legs, accompanied by a puff of cinnamon-scented magic. Tess jumped back as if scalded, nearly tripping again in her haste. Mallow looked smugly between them, tail swishing innocently. "Fox!" Rowan accused breathlessly. "Inspector, watching," Mallow replied, just as Tess noticed Prudence Wren's outline visible through the thinning bubble wall ahead. They sprang apart fully, both breathing heavily. Tess noticed with a rush of mortification that their affinity bands were pulsing with synchronized light, sending out rhythmic glows that matched the accelerated beat of her heart. The bubble walls ahead parted with a musical chime, revealing the exit path. Sunshine streamed through the opening, indicating they had successfully navigated the labyrinth. Tess stared at the exit, then back at Rowan, whose usually impeccable composure was thoroughly disrupted. His hair had come partly loose from its tie, and there was a flush high on his cheeks. He was looking at her with an expression that made her stomach flip. Inspector Wren's voice floated toward them. "Miss Albright, Mr. Bell, your assessment is complete." Tess remained frozen, suddenly terrified by two equally alarming realizations. She had almost kissed Rowan Bell in the middle of a magical labyrinth, and worse, far worse, she still desperately wanted to. We should. Rowan gestured toward the exit, his voice rough. Right, yes. Tess squared her shoulders, trying to reclaim some semblance of dignity. Let's get our ridiculous score and be done with this ridiculous test. But as she stepped toward the exit, her affinity band still pulsing in time with his, Tess knew there was nothing ridiculous about what had just happened between them, and that was the most terrifying thing of all.
Chapter 6. Registry Realities and Regrets. Rowan paced the perimeter of the potion fairgrounds, counting his breaths with deliberate precision. 1, 2, 3 in. 1, 2, 3 out. The technique had served him well through years of meticulous potion work, through competitions, through disasters both magical and mundane. It should have been working now. It wasn't. His fingers absently drifted to his lips before he caught himself and dropped his hand with a scowl. If you keep touching your mouth like a lovesick schoolboy, I might just relocate to Hilda's toad pond, Thistle croaked from his shoulder. The botanical familiar's violet eyes narrowed with what looked suspiciously like concern. I'm not lovesick, I'm concerned about potential magical contamination from the labyrinth walls, Rowan said stiffly. Thistle made a noise that sounded like a mossy snort. Yes, and I'm secretly a prince trapped in a toad's body. Can we stop pretending now? Rowan ignored him, focusing instead on the delicate, tea-toned sky of early evening. The potion fairgrounds were beginning to empty as vendors closed their stalls for the night. He'd deliberately chosen this time to walk the grounds. Fewer people meant fewer chances of running into. You managed 3 entire minutes without mentioning her name, Thistle observed. Progress. I wasn't thinking about Tess. A small puff of smoke escaped from Thistle's mouth. Fine, Rowan admitted, but I'm thinking about the situation, not her specifically. We need to be careful. Those affinity bands are more sensitive than I anticipated, and after what happened in the labyrinth... What had happened in the labyrinth? Nothing. Nothing had happened. They'd almost... But they hadn't. There had been a moment when his hands found her waist, steadying her as she stumbled against him. Their faces had been close, her eyes wide and reflecting the shimmering magic walls around them. His heart had forgotten its rhythm. And then a paper aeroplane zoomed directly at his face, cutting through his thoughts with unerring accuracy. Rowan lifted a hand to bat it away, but the airplane neatly dodged and unfolded itself mid-air, hovering imperiously before him. The parchment crackled with official seals and enchanted watermarks. As Rowan read, he felt the careful calm he'd been cultivating drain away like water through a sieve. Ministry of Magical Business Regulation. Urgent, immediate attendance required for relationship progress interview. Non-compliance will result in license suspension. Inspector Prudence Wren, Audit Division. The signature at the bottom flourished with such aggressive penmanship that it had nearly torn through the parchment. That can't be good, Thistle observed unnecessarily. What's a relationship progress interview? Roland folded the summons into a tight square. Nothing we need to worry about. It's just bureaucratic procedure. Your heartbeat says otherwise. My heartbeat is none of your business. It literally is. I'm magically bonded to you. Rowan sighed and changed direction, heading for the pristine white and minor gold tent that housed the Ministry Review Pavilion. Just don't say anything provocative or sarcastic or truthful, Thistle suggested. That especially. The Ministry Review Pavilion glowed against the darkening sky, staffed even at this late hour by a small army of clerks with enchanted pens that never seemed to stop scratching. Rowan approached the entrance desk, where a bored-looking wizard barely glanced up from his filing. Name and business? Rowan Bell. Bell and Bloom Remedies. I have an appointment with Inspector Wren. The clerk's demeanor changed instantly, his eyes widening with poorly disguised interest. Oh, the engaged herbalist. Yes, of course. Inspector Wren is expecting you. He leaned forward conspiratorially. "Between us, I heard about what happened in the labyrinth. Quite romantic." Rowan's jaw tightened. "Nothing happened in the labyrinth." "Of course not," the clerk winked. "This way, please." As they made their way through the pavilion, Rowan noticed several new additions to the otherwise sterile environment. Enchanted measuring tapes hung in the air, periodically extending themselves to measure the distance between passing couples. A crystal ball the size of a cabbage pulsed with pink light whenever certain visitors walked past. But most concerning was the new addition beside Inspector Wren's desk, an ornate silver mirror floating at eye level, surrounded by ministry seals. A small brass plaque beneath it read, "Emotional Signature Verification Device, Model ESF." "It looks ominous," Thistle whispered. Inspector Wren sat ramrod straight at her desk, her clipboard floating beside her as her quill made rapid notes. Her spectacles caught the light as she looked up, giving her the appearance of having flashing eyes. "Mr. Bell." Prompt attendance. "Noted." She gestured to the chair opposite her desk. "Sit." Rowan sat, keeping his expression neutral. "I received your summons, Inspector. May I ask the nature of this interview?" "You may not. I ask the questions." She adjusted her spectacles, which briefly flickered with blue light. "Following your performance in the love labyrinth, the registry requires verification that your emotional patterns align with declared intentions." "Performance," Rowan repeated carefully. "The labyrinth walls are enchanted to document emotional exchanges. Standard procedure." She checked her notes. "According to the report, you and Ms. Albright triggered a Grade 3 emotional intensity event, resulting in spontaneous illumination of the North Quadrant walls and activation of the labyrinth's romantic resolution bloom array." Rowan felt heat climbing his neck. "The labyrinth is designed to manufacture romantic scenarios. Its readings are artificially inflated." "Perhaps," Inspector Wren conceded, "which is precisely why we're conducting this verification." She raised her wand and flicked it at the silver-framed mirror. Its surface rippled like mercury, swirling before settling into a churning cloud of colors. Primarily a controlled slate blue with faint green edges. Thistle burrowed deeper into Rowan's herb pouch, only his eyes visible as he peered cautiously at the device. "Standard procedure," Inspector Wren explained, her voice clinical and detached. "The emotional signature mirror reveals authentic aura responses to verbal stimuli. Unlike your affinity bands, which measure proximal attraction, the ESM-7 cannot be consciously suppressed or manipulated." There was the faintest hint of satisfaction in her tone as she added, "It's quite thorough." Rowan kept his expression carefully blank. "I see. Let's begin with basics." She consulted her clipboard. "State your full name and business designation." "Rowan Bell. I operate Bell & Bloom Remedies, an apothecary specializing in herbal remedies, tinctures, and non-volatile potions." The mirror's colors remained steady, swirling calmly. "How long have you been established in Thistledown Hollow?" 5 years this autumn." "And your familiar bonding? When did you first connect with?" She squinted at Thistle, who had retreated further into the herb pouch. "Thistle," Rowan supplied. "We've been bonded for 7 years. He found me when I was completing my apprenticeship in Greenvale." Inspector Wren made a note. "And he's a botanical toad. Uncommon familiar class." "Yes. He has symbiotic herb growth properties." Thistle croaked softly, clearly disliking being discussed as a specimen. The questions continued in this benign vein for several minutes. Licensing details, magical business protocols, inventory management practices. Rowan felt himself relax, incrementally. Perhaps this was merely a standard follow-up after all. Then Inspector Wren adjusted her spectacles and asked with casual precision, "And when did you first realize Ms. Albright was more than a competitor?" The mirror's surface exploded with color. The controlled slate blue vanished, replaced by a warm golden glow shot through with crimson threads. The colors swirled and pulsed with an intensity that filled the small office space with reflected light. Rowan stiffened, caught off guard by both the question and his traitorous emotional response. Several nearby clerks gasped audibly, and one dropped a stack of files with a loud thud. He started, but his voice faltered as he watched the mirror's surface betray feelings he'd barely acknowledged to himself. The golden light? Affection, according to the ministry's standard aura guide, twined with frustrated crimson, and occasional flashes of deeper, more complicated colors that he refused to identify. Interesting, Inspector Wren remarked, making detailed notes while pointedly not looking at him. Your emotional signature suggests established attachment patterns predating your official engagement. Quite atypical for a recently declared relationship? Rowan forced himself to breathe normally. The potion shop has been my neighbor for years. Familiarity generates complex emotional signatures, especially in magical beings. Indeed. Her spectacles flickered again. Yet the specific emotional wavelength pattern indicates considerably more than neighborly familiarity. Desperate to recover, Rowan leaned forward. Recent experimental potion exposure may be affecting emotional readings. Ms. Albright and I were both present at the Great Transference Mishap last spring, when 17 different experimental love potions exploded at the annual Potion Festival competition. Even as he spoke, the mirror reflected his growing panic as chaotic purple spirals joined the gold and crimson display. His affinity band chose that precise moment to warm noticeably, responding to his accelerating heartbeat. Inspector Wren paused her writing to observe the mirror with scientific interest. The transference mishap was documented and cleared from all affected parties within 3 days. She tapped her clipboard and a new page appeared. Our records show 7 prior incidents where you specifically intervened to prevent Ms. Albright from receiving official citations. That's, Rowan began, including the Night Bloom incident, where you personally compensated Mrs. Eldritch for damage to her roof after Ms. Albright's experimental lunar alignment potion caused temporary anti-gravity effects. You also vouched for her brewing practices during the summer solstice audit, despite her shop failing to produce proper caustic material handling documentation. Each revelation caused new color bursts in the mirror, betraying the truth Rowan had spent years denying to himself. Quite protective for a mere business rival, wouldn't you say? Inspector Wren concluded, her eyebrows raised slightly. Rowan's thoughts scattered like dandelion seeds in a windstorm. He had reasonable explanations for each intervention. The citations would have affected the entire magical business district. Tess's shop was structurally connected to his. Her potions complemented his herbal remedies in the local market. It was purely business sense to ensure she remained operational. But the mirror didn't show business sense. It showed something else entirely. Mrs. Albright's shop is a thistledown institution, he managed finally. Her family has been making potions for generations. I was simply respecting local tradition. By paying for damages out of your own pocket, on 7 separate occasions? Rowan said nothing, acutely aware that any further explanation would only make the mirror's display more damning. Inspector Wren made one last note, then closed her clipboard with a snap. Your emotional signature readings have been documented and will be compared with Ms. Albright's during her interview tomorrow. Discrepancies will trigger further investigation. She fixed him with a penetrating stare. The registry does not tolerate fraudulent relationship declarations, Mr. Bell, especially when magical licenses are involved. I understand, he said stiffly. Good. You're free to go. She waved her hand dismissively. Please ensure your affinity band remains visible at all times. The band's attunement cycle will complete in approximately 72 hours, at which point any inconsistencies in your emotional connection will be immediately apparent. Rowan rose, feeling as if he'd been stripped of several layers of skin. Thistle remained unusually silent as they made their way out of the pavilion, past the curious stares of ministry clerks and the knowing looks of the receptionist. The night air should have been a relief after the stifling atmosphere of the interview room, but Rowan barely noticed it as he walked with measured steps back toward Bell and Bloom Remedies. His mind raced, reviewing each question, each betraying flash of color in the mirror, each damning piece of evidence that Inspector Wren had so methodically laid out. 7 incidents. Had there really been 7 times he'd intervened to protect Tess's shop? He hadn't been counting. He reached his apothecary and unlocked the door with a flick of his wand, slamming it behind him with uncharacteristic force. The sound echoed through the empty shop, startling several of his more sensitive plants. A peace lily in the corner curled its leaves protectively. "Sorry," he murmured to the plant, running a gentle finger along its stem. Thistle hopped out of the herb pouch and onto the counter, watching as Rowan moved with mechanical precision toward his tea shelf. The familiar said nothing as Rowan selected his emergency emotion dampening blend. Chamomile, valerian, blue vervain, and a touch of enchanted peppermint, and began preparing it with trembling hands. "Do you want to talk about it?" Thistle finally asked, his usually sardonic tone softened with concern. "There's nothing to talk about." The teapot whistled, and Rowan poured the steaming water over the herbs with more force than necessary. "This entire situation is manufactured. The mirror was simply reflecting the magical contamination from the labyrinth and the affinity band." Thistle made a non-committal sound, hopping to the edge of the jar of chamomile flowers. "You know I can tell when you're lying, right? It's part of our bond." "I'm not lying. I'm simplifying." "You've been simplifying your feelings about Tess Albright for 5 years. Rowan stared at the steeping tea, watching the water slowly take on a pale green hue. "It's just the potion," he insisted to the empty shop. His affinity band chose that moment to warm gently against his wrist, pulsing with a soft glow that contradicted his words as effectively as Thistle's skeptical expression. Rowan dropped heavily onto his work stool, cradling the warm teacup between his palms. For years, he'd maintained a careful distance from Tess Albright. He'd channeled every unwanted feeling into professional rivalry, every moment of admiration into criticism, every urge to reach out into a reason to hold back. It had worked, until now. Until that moment in the labyrinth when she'd stumbled against him and he'd caught her, his hands finding her waist with instinctive certainty. Until he'd looked into her eyes and seen something that mirrored the feelings he'd spent years denying. He set the teacup down untouched. "What if it's not the potion?" he said quietly, the words falling into the silence of the shop like stones into still water. Thistle blinked slowly, his violet eyes unnervingly perceptive. "What if what's not the potion?" Rowan's gaze drifted to the affinity band, still glowing softly. What if these feelings aren't magical contamination? What if they're just real? The idea was terrifying. If it wasn't the potion, if it wasn't the affinity bands or the labyrinth magic or any of the other convenient explanations he'd been clinging to, then he was in serious trouble. Because if his feelings for Tess Albright were real, then this fake engagement was more dangerous than any potion she'd ever brewed. And for the first time in years, he allowed himself to acknowledge the terrifying truth that his feelings for Tess Albright might have nothing to do with magic at all.
Chapter 7. Caramel Apples and Confessions. Tess wove through the late afternoon crowds at the Potion Fairgrounds, pretending to browse the colorful stalls while her eyes darted around in search of a particular herb, dyed ribbon. She adjusted her enchanted apron with unnecessary vigor, telling herself she was just maintaining their facade. "I'm simply being thorough," she muttered to Mallow, who trotted beside her with a knowing gleam in her eyes. The ministry could have spies anywhere. Mallow's tail swished, her golden potion bottle markings catching the light. The fox stopped abruptly, nose twitching before she let out a sharp yip and pointedly angled her tail toward the center fountain. Tess followed the direction and immediately spotted Rowan's distinctive blonde hair, pulled back with that forest green ribbon she'd recognize anywhere. He stood with his back to her, shoulders tense as he examined something at a booth, selling enchanted gardening tools. "Good work," Tess whispered, smoothing her hair. "Not that I was looking for him, just situational awareness." Mallow made a sound suspiciously like a snort. Taking a steadying breath, Tess squared her shoulders and approached, sliding next to Rowan with a casualness she definitely didn't feel. "We need to blend in better," she announced without preamble. Rowan startled slightly, turning to look at her. Tess paused, momentarily thrown by his appearance. His normally immaculate shirt had a smudge of what looked like rosemary dust on the collar, and several strands of hair had escaped his ribbon. Most disconcerting was the tightness around his eyes, like he hadn't slept well. "All the real couples are enjoying the fair," she continued, gesturing to where several well-known thistledown pairs strolled arm in arm, sharing snacks and laughing. "While we're just hovering awkwardly like we're afraid of each other." Something flickered across Rowan's face, too quick for Tess to identify. Before his expression settled into careful neutrality, he straightened his sleeve and cleared his throat. "What do you suggest, Miss Albright?" he asked, his tone so formally polite that Tess felt a physical chill. "Is Albright?" He hadn't called her that since their first meeting 3 years ago. Even during their worst arguments, he'd stuck with Albright, or, when particularly annoyed, her full name, pronounced with exasperation. Tess's heart sank as Thistle peeked out from Rowan's breast pocket, the botanical toad's violet eyes somehow managing to convey profound disappointment before he retreated back into hiding. "Well, for starters," she said, fighting to keep her voice light, "you could stop acting like we just met at a business conference." She raised her wrist, where the affinity band sat cool and unresponsive. "The registry will flag that in a heartbeat." Rowan's gaze dropped to the band, and something complicated passed across his features. "Of course." "You're right." He didn't sound thrilled about it. The awkward silence stretched between them, punctuated by the cheerful chaos of the fair. A group of young witches walked by with floating cotton candy that changed colors with each bite. A nearby vendor hawked vials of temporary talent tinctures. "Be a master for 20 minutes. Tess couldn't stand it. This stiff, formal version of Rowan was worse than their usual bickering. At least when they argued, she knew where she stood. Resting on impulse, she reached out and grabbed his hand, feeling a small jolt at the contact. His fingers were warm and calloused from years of working with plants. "Come on," she said, tugging him forward before he could protest. "Couples do fun things together." His resistance lasted only a moment before he allowed himself to be pulled along, his longer strides quickly matching hers. Tess tried very hard to ignore how natural his hand felt in hers, or how the affinity band warmed slightly at her wrist. She navigated them through the crowd toward a brightly decorated stall that had caught her eye. A cheerful banner proclaimed, "Verity's Mood. Infused caramel apples. Your feelings deliciously exposed." The booth was draped with shimmering fabrics that shifted colors like emotion. Sensitive parchment. "Caramel apples?" Rowan asked, one eyebrow arched. "That's your idea of improving our performance?" "Food is universal," Tess replied with more confidence than she felt. "Besides, we need to act normal." "What's more normal than fairground treats?" The vendor, a plump witch with elaborate braids woven with tiny crystal vials, beamed as they approached. "Well, well, if it isn't Thistledown's newest sweethearts! I'd been hoping you'd visit my humble stall." Tess felt Rowan tense beside her, but managed a smile. They looked delicious. "Oh, they're more than that, dear," the witch, presumably Verity, replied with a wink. "One bite reveals your surface emotions. The second bite shows your deeper feelings." She gestured to a chart displayed on the front of her booth, showing different colored caramels paired with emotions. Pink for affection, swirling silver for curiosity, deep purple for desire. A knot formed in Tess's stomach. Perhaps this hadn't been her brightest idea. "We'll take 2, she heard herself say before common sense could intervene. Verity's eyes twinkled. "Excellent. Such a brave couple." She handed them each a plain, uncoated apple. "Hold these while I prepare the caramel. It responds to the holder's essence. Mallow settled at Tess's feet with a suspiciously self-satisfied expression, her tail swishing against the ground. Verity stirred a cauldron of bubbling golden liquid with a twisted copper wand, murmuring something that made it shimmer. "Right then, dip when you're ready." Tess hesitated, suddenly aware of the potential for mortification, but backing out now would look suspicious. With a determined nod, she dipped her apple into the caramel. The golden liquid coated the fruit smoothly, then immediately transformed into a glittering rose, gold shade that caught the light like crystal. The scent of vanilla and cardamom wafted upward, so strong that several nearby fairgoers turned their heads. Tess's gaze shot to the emotion chart, her heart sinking when she spotted the exact same color under deep attraction, lasting and true. "Apparently, I'm hungry," she joked weakly, her cheeks burning as she tried desperately to think of an explanation that wasn't mortifying. Mallow pranced around her ankles in triumphant circles, tail high in the air. Verity gave Tess a look that clearly said, "Nice try, dear," before turning expectantly to Rowan. With visible reluctance, Rowan lowered his apple into the cauldron. When he withdrew it, the caramel looked perfectly normal. Golden brown, glossy, without a hint of color variation or special scent. Tess didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. She sneaked a glance at his face, but his expression remained frustratingly unreadable as he examined the apple with scientific detachment. "Interesting," he murmured. "What's your secret, my dear?" Verity asked, looking genuinely surprised. "I've never seen someone able to mask their emotions from my caramel before." Before Rowan could answer, a voice cut in from behind them. "Now that's an enchanting apple aura if I've ever seen one." Tess turned to find a handsome stranger with an impressive cape smiling appreciatively at her rose gold apple. He had the polished look of someone from outside Thistledown, probably a visitor for the potion fair. "Ullerly, thank you," Tess replied awkwardly. "I recognize quality potion work when I see it," he continued, stepping closer. "You must be quite talented. Do you have a shop here in town? I'd love to see what other magical innovations you've developed." His interest seemed genuine enough, if a bit forward. Tess opened her mouth to give a polite answer when a sharp citrus scent suddenly cut through the air, so intensely sour it made her eyes water. She glanced over at Rowan and gasped. His previously ordinary caramel apple had transformed into a vibrant, almost toxic green. The caramel bubbled slightly, emitting that biting scent that had several nearby customers backing away and wrinkling their noses. Tess's eyes darted to the emotion chart. Bright green, jealousy, strong and undeniable. Rowan stared at his apple with an expression of absolute thunderstruck horror, as though it had personally betrayed him in the worst possible way. When he looked up and caught Tess watching, something raw and unguarded flashed across his face. Her affinity band warmed pleasantly against her wrist, humming with a gentle vibration that seemed to match her suddenly racing pulse. She couldn't stop the small, hopeful smile that tugged at her lips. The stranger, clearly sensing the sudden tension, backed away with a hasty, "Well, enjoy the fair," before disappearing into the crowd. Rowan's jaw worked for a moment before he muttered, "Just playing the part well," but the words rang hollow even to Tess's ears. He tossed his apple with unnecessary force into a nearby disposal cauldron, where it landed with a dramatic sizzle and disintegrated in a puff of green smoke. But not before Tess caught the look he gave her when he thought she wasn't watching, uncertain and vulnerable in a way she'd never seen from him before. Her mind raced to process what had just happened. Rowan Bell, master of emotional control, Mr. Unflappable himself, had just displayed jealousy so intense it had turned his caramel toxic green. And he was looking at her like, there you are. The moment shattered as Crispin Vane materialized beside them in a cloud of cinnamon-scented mist. Today's vest featured animated cauldrons that bubbled and steamed with his evident excitement. His perfectly windswept hair seemed to defy the laws of magical physics. "I've been searching everywhere," he exclaimed, one hand pressed dramatically to his chest. "We have an emergency, a catastrophe, a potential aesthetic disaster." "What's happened?" Rowan asked, seeming grateful for the interruption. "Our scheduled demonstration couple cancelled," Crispin wailed. "Something about turning each other into toads during a practice session. Completely unprofessional and utterly lacking in visual coherence with our theme." He grasped both their hands, his eyes wide with desperation. "We need the town's most captivating couple at the main stage immediately. The crowd is already gathering, and the lighting is ideal for your complexions." "We're not actually," Tess began automatically, the denial rising to her lips out of habit. But the words died in her throat as Rowan unexpectedly placed his hand at the small of her back, the warmth of his touch radiating through her thin blouse. The gesture was gentle but firm as he guided her toward a break in the crowd. "We'd be happy to help," he said, his voice low, near her ear, sending a shiver down her spine that had absolutely nothing to do with potions or charms. Tess swallowed hard, hyper-aware of every point where his fingers pressed against her back. Her rose gold apple was still in her other hand, catching the late afternoon light and reminding her exactly what emotion it represented. "Marvelous!" Crispin clapped his hands, his vest's cauldrons bubbling more rapidly with his excitement. "You'll be demonstrating a harmonious heart's elixir. Simple enough, but the visual impact is spectacular. The audience will be enchanted." As they followed Crispin through the crowd toward the demonstration platform, Tess caught sight of Mallow trotting alongside them, the alchemical fox's expression unmistakably smug. Her golden markings glowed with self-satisfaction, and she seemed to be shooting meaningful glances at Thistle, who had peeked out from Rowan's pocket again. Tess felt lightheaded, and not from the fair's array of magical scents. When exactly had this charade become more dangerous than any experimental potion she'd ever brewed? And what would happen when the cauldron finally boiled over? The main stage loomed ahead, already surrounded by curious onlookers. Beside her, Rowan's hand remained steady against her back, as though it belonged there. "Ready, partner?" he asked quietly, and this time, when their eyes met, neither of them looked away. The affinity band at her wrist glowed warm. "As I'll ever be?" Tess replied, knowing they weren't just talking about the demonstration anymore.
Chapter 8. Perfect Partners, Potion, Disaster. Rowan set down his case of vials with a precision that bordered on obsessive. Each glass container, organized by use, size, and potency, made a soft clink against the walnut display board. The demonstration stage gleamed beneath the late afternoon sun, festooned with gaudy hearts and enchanted ribbons that occasionally fluttered despite the still air. He could sense Tess before he saw her, a whirlwind of barely contained energy as she unpacked her ingredients with characteristic disorder. When she dropped a bundle of lavender stems that scattered across the wooden platform, his fingers twitched with the urge to arrange them properly. "Leave it," she muttered, clearly noticing his reaction. "They work better when they've been jostled a bit, releases the oils." "That's not scientifically," he began, then stopped when he glanced up. Above their workspace hovered 3 heart-shaped meters, pulsing with a dull pink light. Each one was roughly the size of a dinner plate, constructed of brass and enchanted glass. Thin golden needles quivered behind the glass, waiting to measure what exactly? Compatibility? Chemistry? The thought made his collar feel uncomfortably tight. "Subtle," he muttered, loosening the herb-dyed ribbon that held back his hair. "I'm surprised they didn't hire a cherub quartet." Tess snorted, but her eyes remained fixed on the meters. "Christine said they're calibrated to measure emotional resonance between harmonious souls. Whatever that means." "It means this is ridiculous." Rowan focused on arranging his workspace with mathematical precision. Mortar and pestle to the right, heating element centered exactly, measuring spoons aligned by size. If he concentrated on these details, perhaps he could ignore the gathering crowd, the whispers, and the way Tess's hair was already curling wildly in the humid air, catching the sunlight like spun honey. Elder Poppy Greaves floated onto the stage. Literally floated, her tiny feet hovering 3 inches above the wooden boards due to a levitation charm gone slightly askew decades ago. Her white hair was piled atop her head in a precarious bun, secured with what appeared to be a sprig of mint and a dragonfly hairpin. "Welcome, welcome," she announced, her voice surprisingly booming for such a diminutive woman. "Today we witness true alchemical harmony between partners." She gestured dramatically toward Rowan and Tess with a basket of loose herbs that shed rosemary with each enthusiastic wave. "Remember, the potions you create separately must complement when combined, just like your hearts." The crowd tittered appreciatively. Rowan spotted Dottie Winthrop in the front row, her sentient quill hovering beside her, poised for citation. The quill seemed oddly alert, its feathered tip quivering with anticipation. Worse, Inspector Prudence Wren stood slightly apart from the crowd, clipboard floating aggressively at shoulder height. Her ministry robes looked particularly crisp today, and her enchanted spectacles flashed ominously when they caught Rowan's eye. Rowan reached for the first ingredient, moonflower stems, harvested at the exact moment dew formed on their petals. He'd spent 3 consecutive nights collecting them himself, timing each cut to coincide with the passing of low-manging clouds across the moon's face. But as he positioned his silver blade, he noticed his hands weren't quite steady. "Steady hands, boy," Tess murmured beside him with forced lightness, echoing his thoughts. Her cauldron was already bubbling, though he hadn't even seen her light the flame. Steam rose in curious shapes that seemed to dance before dissolving. He made the mistake of looking up. Their eyes met briefly, just a flicker of contact, but it was enough. Both of their affinity bands warmed simultaneously against their wrists, a gentle heat that spread up his arm. Above them, the heart meters ticked upward with audible clicks. Elder Poppy clapped delightedly. "Look at that response, and they've barely begun." "Keep your magic contained," he whispered to Tess, returning to his cutting with renewed focus. "These meters are sensitive." "I'm not doing anything," she hissed back. "Maybe your repression is registering as passion." "Really, that doesn't even make sense." "Neither does any of this." Rowan added carefully measured essences to his cauldron, 3 drops of distilled moonlight, a pinch of ground griffin claw, and exactly 7 grains of sand from an hourglass that had timed a perfect moment. His potion was meant to enhance clarity and communication, a practical choice that would demonstrate his professional approach to potion making. But something wasn't right. As the liquid began to shimmer, he noticed unusual golden flecks swirling within its normally clear blue depths. The color was familiar, the exact shade of Tess's signature enhancement brew bubbling in her cauldron beside him. He frowned, double-checking his measurements. No mistakes there. He glanced at Tess's workspace, where her potion, designed to amplify innate talents, swirled with unexpected blue threads that matched his brew perfectly. Their magic was synchronizing without conscious effort. "Tess," he said quietly, tension tightening his voice. She was too absorbed in counting stars to notice the phenomenon. A sudden movement from his pocket distracted him, as Thistle emerged with unusual alertness. The botanical toad blinked his pale violet eyes, surveying the scene with evident concern. He croaked once, a warning sound Rowan recognized from past magical mishaps. Across the stage, Mallow's cream-colored fur stood on end, her golden rune markings glowing brightly as she paced around Tess's feet. "Something's wrong," Rowan whispered urgently to Tess, abandoning his practiced detachment. He leaned closer, noting with alarm how tendrils of vapor from her cauldron were twisting toward his like seeking vines. "The potion exposure from before? Our magic is resonating." Tess looked up, her expression shifting from concentration to concern as she noticed the intermingling vapors. "That's not possible. I've specifically formulated this to—" But it was too late. Their potions began to pulse in identical rhythm, the surfaces rippling in perfect synchronization. Iridescent bubbles broke free, floating upward in graceful spirals. As they popped, tiny rainbow-hued droplets shimmered down over the crowd, eliciting delighted gasps. "Beautiful!" someone shouted, "just like a proper love brew." "It's not a love brew," Rowan insisted under his breath, even as he watched his carefully controlled potion transform into something wild and unpredictable. Something that matched the energy he always associated with Ted. Above them, the heart meters suddenly spiked dramatically, their needles swinging hard to the right. The mechanical hearts began to glow and pulse like real organs, sending shafts of pink light across the stage. Elder Poppy clapped her hands together in excitement, rising several more inches in her levitation. "My goodness, they're emotionally harmonizing. Haven't seen this since the great love drought of '86. Crispin Vane, standing at the edge of the stage, pressed a hand to his glittery vest as it cycled rapidly through patterns of hearts, fireworks, and wedding bells. He looked ready to faint with aesthetic delight. "What's happening?" Tess demanded, trying to control her potion by stirring counterclockwise. The action only caused the golden swirls in both cauldrons to spin faster. Panic rose in Rowan's chest as his normally controlled magic spiraled outward in golden tendrils. It merged with Tess's wild energy in the air above them, creating a swirling vortex of light. The crowd's exclamations faded to background noise as he stared, transfixed. Within the magical storm, shimmering images began to form, ghost-like scenes playing out above their heads. Rowan recognized himself, standing at his shop window early one morning, watching as Tess hung a sign for a new potion line. His expression in the vision was soft, unguarded, nothing like the carefully neutral face he wore when they interacted. The scene changed. Now Tess appeared, sneaking into the community garden at dusk, carefully tending to a rare herb he had once mentioned needing. She'd never told him she was the one who ensured the temperamental plant survived. Image after image formed and dissolved in the magical vortex, moments neither had acknowledged. Rowan placing a protection charm on Tess's shop door during a storm. Tess redirecting customers to his apothecary when they needed remedies she didn't specialize in. His smile watching her argue passionately at a town meeting. Her laughter when his familiar had hopped into her teacup during an argument. Mrs. Rowena straightened up a moment as if ready to applaud or withdraw. It's revealing. Our strongest suppressed emotions, Rowan realized with horror as the parade of moments continued, illuminating a connection far deeper than either had admitted. These weren't just professional courtesies or neighborly gestures. They were evidence of something he'd been denying for months. "Make it stop," Tess whispered, her face pale beneath the golden glow. Rowan tried to steady his cauldron as the potion inside began to surge upward, threatening to overflow. Across from him, Tess's brew was doing the same, bubbling dangerously close to the rim. If the potion spilled and mixed directly, there was no telling what magical reaction might occur. Inspector Wren's voice cut through the chaos. "Registry violation. Uncontrolled magical manifestation during a sanctioned event." Without thinking through the consequences, Rowan instinctively reached across the space between them and grasped Tess's hand. He expected her to pull away, to maintain the careful distance they'd always kept. Instead, he felt her fingers tighten around his, warm and certain. Something fundamental shifted inside him at the contact. The chaos didn't disappear, but it transformed. The wild magic stabilized, the turbulent vortex above them coalescing into a perfect, shimmering globe of golden light suspended between their cauldrons. Within it, the vision slowed, showing just the two of them, standing together in a moment neither could place. Perhaps from the future, perhaps from a dream. Their affinity bands blazed with light so intense that Rowan had to squint. Across the crowd, Dottie's clipboard ignited in a shower of sparks, sending her quill flying in panic. The registry official batted at the magical flames with an expression of outraged disbelief. Through the golden glow, Rowan looked at Tess. Really looked at her, without the shield of rivalry or the pretense of mere cooperation. Her eyes reflected the same vulnerability and wonder he felt cracking open his careful facade. In that moment of perfect clarity, surrounded by magic they had created together, he stopped pretending. He stopped denying what the potion storm had revealed, that what began as rivalry had transformed long ago into something much more terrifying and beautiful. "Rowan!" Tess whispered, her voice barely audible above the crowd's excited chatter. The sound of his name on her lips sent a current through their joined hands, making the globe of light pulse brightly. He watched as a single golden droplet fell from it, landing directly where their hands connected. Where it touched, a small, delicate vine sprouted, wrapping around both their wrists in an intricate pattern. Tiny leaves unfurled, and miniature flowers bloomed, blue from his magic, gold from hers, creating a living bracelet that bound them together. "That's not supposed to happen," he said hoarsely. "No," she agreed, but she didn't pull her hand away. Elder Poppy shuffled closer, peering at the phenomenon with undisguised delight. "Oh my, a spontaneous binding bloom. I haven't seen one in decades." "Oh, what?" Rowan and Tess asked in unison. The tiny woman beamed at them, floating up to eye level. "A binding bloom only appears when magic recognizes a connection that minds have denied. Quite rare, quite powerful." She leaned in, lowering her voice to a stage whisper that probably carried to the back row, "and quite permanent until emotions are properly addressed." Rowan looked down at the delicate vine encircling their wrists. "How do we remove it?" Elder Poppy's smile turned mischievous. "That, my dears, is the interesting part." She turned to the crowd with a flourish. "Ladies, gentlemen, and magical beings of all varieties, we have witnessed a true alchemical marvel today. The registry will certainly want to document this extraordinary development." Inspector Wren pushed forward, her spectacles flashing rapidly between blue and red. "This requires immediate classification. Emotional entanglement of this magnitude falls under Regulation 42B, paragraph—" "Oh, hush, Prudence," Elder Poppy interrupted cheerfully. "You can't regulate matters of the heart no matter how many forms you create." She turned back to Rowan and Tess. "The demonstration is concluded with unprecedented success. These two not only created complementary potions, but manifested a binding bloom. 10 points to Thistledown's most committed couple." The crowd erupted in applause. Crispin Vane actually did faint this time, caught by two assistants who seemed prepared for exactly this outcome. "We need to talk," Tess said quietly, her eyes still on their joined hands. "Yes," Rowan agreed, feeling strangely calm despite the chaos around them. The panic had subsided, replaced by a certainty he hadn't felt in years. Somewhere private. Thistle croaked from his shoulder, a sound that might have been approval. From Tess's side, Mallow made a soft, smug noise that needed no translation. As Elder Poppy herded the excited crowd toward the next demonstration, Rowan gently tugged Tess away from the stage. The magical globe followed them, hovering overhead like a personal sun, illuminating their path through the festival grounds. The vine around their wrists continued to bloom, each tiny flower opening like a confession neither had been brave enough to speak aloud. "I'm sorry about—" He gestured vaguely upward at the glowing sphere with his free hand. "Alia?" "Are you?" Tess asked, her voice unusually hesitant. "Sorry, I mean." The question hung between them, weighted with possibilities. Rowan looked at their joined hands, at the magical evidence of something he'd been denying for too long. "No," he admitted finally. "I'm not sorry about what it revealed. I'm sorry it took a magical catastrophe for me to stop pretending." Tess's smile then was nothing like her usual teasing grin. It was small and real and a little afraid. "I guess we're both terrible at this." "Terrible," he agreed, finding himself returning the smile. "But the potions don't lie." As they walked away from the chaos they'd created, the binding bloom between them continued to grow. adding new buds with each step. Behind them, Thistle and Mallow exchanged a look that clearly said, "Fine."
Chapter 9. Cracks in the Contract. Tess slammed the door of the alchemical hearth so hard that the collection of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling swayed in protest. The residual magic from the demonstration still tingled across her skin like static electricity, making the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. She paced between the cluttered workbenches, knocking her hip against the corner of her preparation table and barely noticing the sting. The memory of Rowan's fingers intertwined with hers burned like a brand on her skin. Her affinity band pulsed with a warm, persistent glow that refused to fade, no matter how firmly she tugged her sleeve down to cover it. "Well, that was quite the performance," Mallow announced, leaping onto Tess's primary workbench with graceful precision. Her tail swished sideways, sending a row of empty vials crashing to the floor in perfect rhythm with Tess's racing thoughts. The alchemical fox's golden markings along her tail were still glowing with excitement, pulsing like miniature potion bottles filled with light. "It wasn't a performance," Tess snapped, then immediately caught herself. She pressed her palms against her forehead. "I mean, it was supposed to be, but the potion contamination clearly interfered with our magical signatures and caused a harmonic resonance that—" Mallow interrupted with a dismissive flick of her tail, sending a shower of cinnamon-scented sparks toward Tess. "Oh, please. I've been watching you steal glances at Plant Boy for months, long before any potion accident. You reorganized your entire shop just so you could see him through the window." "I did not," Tess protested, but even to her own ears her voice sounded thin and unconvincing. "The light is better on this side of the shop. The eastern exposure is optimal for potion clarity." "Is that why you spent 3 hours polishing the windowsill last month? For optimal potion clarity?" Mallow's tone dripped with sarcasm. Tess furiously began gathering ingredients for a calming tea, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. The jar of dried lavender slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor, releasing a cloud of purple dust that, to her absolute mortification, formed a suspiciously heart-shaped pattern before dissipating into the air. "Traitor," she muttered at the herbs. "Even the plants know," Mallow said, with a self-satisfied purr. Tess swept up the lavender with sharp, angry strokes. "Even if there were feelings, which I'm not admitting," she said carefully, "the registry is watching everything. You heard Elder Poppy. We're showing suspiciously effective compatibility." She dumped the ruined herbs into the waste bin. "That's exactly the kind of attention we don't need during an audit." Her familiar stretched languorously. "I don't see the problem. The ministry claims to favor stable emotional bonds. Your connection with Rowan seems quite stable to me. If by stable they mean blazing with the intensity of 1,000 suns. That's not stability, that's—" Tess waved her hands in the air, searching for the right word. "A potential disaster." The shop door chimed, the little brass bells ringing in a dissonant, agitated pattern as Crispin Vane swept in without knocking. His glittery vest swirled with agitated patterns, concentric circles bleeding into jagged spikes, then reforming as nervous zigzags. His perfectly windswept hair seemed to be moving slightly faster than usual. "Marvelous show today," he exclaimed, his voice pitched higher than normal. "Very dynamic. Elder Poppy is absolutely thrilled. Said she hasn't seen such a volatile magical coupling since the great passion potion mishap of '92. He laughed, a high, nervous sound. "Of course that ended with 3 buildings reduced to sentient puddles of emotion, but I'm sure your demonstration won't lead to anything so catastrophic." Tess's stomach dropped. "What do you want, Crispin?" "Just delivering this." He produced an official registry notice, the paper folded into an origami bird that flapped its wings impatiently. He handed it to Tess with dramatic flair. "The ministry sends congratulations on your explosive demonstration of partnership, but wishes to remind you," he lowered his voice to a theatrical whisper, "that emotionally unstable magical businesses are subject to license review." The origami bird pecked sharply at Tess's finger as she took it. Ow? She glared at the notice. Not my words, Crispin said, backing toward the door. I'm simply the messenger. Though, may I suggest, fewer emotional pyrotechnics at tomorrow's event. My vest pattern can only handle so much excitement before it starts to affect my digestion. He patted his stomach meaningly. And we all remember what happened at last year's winter solstice celebration, when my digestive system encountered too much magical excitement. Tess winced at the memory. We'll be the picture of emotional stability. Wonderful. Crispin clapped his hands once. Say hello to your charming fiancé for me. He disappeared through the door in a swirl of glitter. After the door closed behind him, Tess unfolded the notice with trembling fingers. The origami bird transformed into a stiff piece of parchment stamped with the official ministry seal, a bureaucratic quill crossed with a regulatory stamp. The Ministry of Magical Business Regulation acknowledges recent public demonstrations of emotional bonding between proprietors Albright T. and Bell, R. She read aloud, her voice growing fainter with each word. While stable partnerships are encouraged, the ministry wishes to remind all parties that emotional entanglements causing magical anomalies may result in professional restrictions if found to create unstable commercial environments. She lowered the notice, her mouth dry. They are threatening our licenses, she whispered, sinking onto her stool as the reality hit her. If the registry decides we're too emotionally volatile, that our feelings are disrupting magical commerce, they could shut us both down. The unspoken hung in the air like smoke. It wasn't just about her business anymore. Her impulsive lie had dragged Rowan into this mess too. His apothecary, the business he'd built from scratch, that he took such meticulous pride in, was now at risk because of her. Because she couldn't keep her emotions under control. Mallow padded closer, her expression softening as she nudged Tess's elbow with her nose. Then be honest with him, she said, her voice gentler than before. Real feelings are more stable than fake ones. That's basic alchemy. Pretending is what's causing the magical disruptions. Tess picked up a nearby flask and turned it over in her hands, watching the residue at the bottom shift from pink to deep crimson. It's more complicated than that. It's really not, Mallow insisted. You like him. Your magic likes his magic. Your potions want to blend with his herbs. I'd call that a pretty clear sign. But we were rivals before all this started, competitors. Tess set the flask down with more force than necessary. What if this is just temporary insanity brought on by magical interference? What if I tell him how I feel, and then the potion effects fade, and we're stuck with the awkward aftermath? What if water stops being wet? What if the sky turns plaid? What if Thistle suddenly becomes chatty and pleasant? Mallow rolled her eyes. We could play this game all day. Tess stared at her experimental journal, fingers tracing the outline of Love Lore Potion version 13B, while an idea, a dangerous, potentially disastrous idea, began to form. Or I could create a counter potion, she murmured, already reaching for her recipe book. Something to neutralize the effects, stabilize our magical signatures. Mallow's ears flattened against her head. You cannot be serious. It makes perfect sense. Tess was already flipping through the pages, energy surging through her. If I can nullify whatever magical resonance was triggered between us, we can complete the audit without any more incidents. No emotional volatility, no magical disruptions. No honesty, no courage, no actual relationship, Mallow interrupted. And our businesses stay safe, Tess finished, deliberately ignoring her familiar. It's the logical solution. Since when have you ever been logical about anything? Mallow demanded. You're the queen of impulsive decisions. You once created a potion that made customers sing their orders instead of speaking them because you thought it would be festive. I think that was different. Yes, because it didn't involve your heart. Mallow's golden markings dimmed slightly. Tess, you're not afraid the feelings aren't real. You're afraid they are. The words hit like a physical blow. Tess turned away, busying herself with gathering ingredients from various shelves. "I need essence of moonflower," she muttered, "and dried nettle. Where did I put the emotional stabilizer?" "Probably next to your courage," Mallow said dryly. "I think you misplaced that too." Tess shot her a heated glare. "You're supposed to be on my side." "I am on your side. That's why I'm trying to talk you out of this monumentally stupid plan." "It's not stupid, it's practical." Tess pulled down a jar of shimmering blue powder. "Look, I'll just create something mild, temporary. Something to dampen the magical resonance between us until the audit is over. Then we can figure out whatever this is, without the ministry breathing down our necks." "Or," Mallow suggested, "you could walk next door, tell Rowan how you feel, and create a real relationship that would satisfy the registry's requirements for emotional stability." "Absolutely not." "Because," Tess waved her hands in exasperation, "because it's complicated and messy and I don't know how to do this. Potions, I understand. Magic, I understand. Feelings, those are unpredictable. So is your magic, and yet you work with it every day." Tess ignored her, pulling out a small copper cauldron and setting it on her workbench. "This won't take long. I just need to modify a basic grounding potion with elements of emotional clarity." As night fell, Tess worked feverishly by candlelight. The shop grew dark except for the soft golden glow from her work table, where a complex formula was taking shape. She'd labeled her notebook page, "Emotional Neutralizer, Emergency Use Only," in her sharp, angular handwriting. She deliberately ignored Mallow's disapproving stare from the windowsill, where the fox had retreated to watch the proceedings with silent judgment. The warm pulse of her affinity band seemed to beat in counterpoint to her racing heart, occasionally flaring brighter when her thoughts drifted back to the potion demonstration and the feeling of Rowan's hand in hers. Each time, she'd shake her wrist irritably and focus harder on her work. "The stabilizing agent needs to be stronger," she muttered to herself, adding another pinch of crushed moonstone to the mixture. The potion swirled with conflicting colors, deep blue and fiery orange, refusing to blend, creating a turbulent purple where they met. More harmony, less discord. She reached for a jar labeled Tranquility Essence and carefully measured out 3 drops. The potion settled momentarily, then began to bubble again, more aggressively than before. "You're fighting yourself," Mallow observed from her perch. "The potion knows it." "Potions don't know things," Tess snapped. "They react to magical intent and ingredient properties. And you don't know what your intent actually is." Mallow's tail swished slowly back and forth. "Half of you wants this to work, and half of you wants it to fail spectacularly." Tess stirred more forcefully, ignoring how uncomfortably true the statement felt. "It's the only way to protect both our businesses," she whispered to herself. The real fear driving her actions remained unacknowledged, not that the feelings were fake, but that they were terrifyingly real, and she had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Safer to neutralize them than to face them head-on. Safer to hide behind potions and formulas than to risk opening herself up to rejection. The mixture in the cauldron suddenly turned a perfect, serene silver. Tess held her breath, watching as it settled into a smooth, mirror-like surface. "It's working," she whispered, more to herself than to Mallow. The familiar hopped down from the windowsill and approached cautiously, her nose twitching at the scent. "And what exactly are you planning to do with it? Slip it into his tea? Force-feed it to him? Because I'm fairly certain non-consensual potion administration violates about 12 ministry regulations." Tess carefully ladled the silvery liquid into 2 small crystal vials. "Of course not. I'll explain the situation to him. He's practical. He'll understand that this is the safest option for both of us." "Will he—" Mallow's golden markings pulsed in rhythm with Tess's affinity band. "Because I saw his face during that demonstration. That wasn't a man looking for a way out." You don't know what he was thinking, Tess insisted, though her grip on the ladle tightened. I know he wasn't planning to brew a potion to make his feelings disappear. Tess's hand trembled, causing a drop of the silver liquid to splash onto the workbench. Instead of remaining silver, it immediately turned a vibrant, unmistakable red. She stared at it, her certainty wavering. That's not supposed to happen. Mallow leaned forward, sniffing at the transformed droplet. Interesting. Your potion seems to have an opinion about your intentions. Emotions don't have opinions, Tess said automatically, but there was less conviction in her voice now. She corked the vials and set them carefully in a holder. The liquid inside continued to show silver, but as she watched, tiny streaks of red began to appear near the glass, as though the potion was fighting against its own nature. Tess turned away, unable to look at it anymore. She began cleaning her workbench mechanically, wiping away stray ingredients and returning jars to their proper places. It's the right decision, she said firmly, though she wasn't sure who she was trying to convince anymore, Mallow or herself. Once the audit is over, things can go back to normal. Except she wasn't sure what normal even meant anymore. Fighting with Rowan over customers, pretending she didn't notice the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, going back to being just neighbors and rivals after she'd felt the electric connection of their magic merging. Mallow watched her with knowing eyes but said nothing more. The familiar curled up on her cushion by the hearth, leaving Tess alone with her thoughts, and a potion that couldn't decide whether to be silver or red. Outside, the night deepened and a thin mist began to form around the alchemical hearth. Inside, Tess stared at the vials on her workbench, wondering why victory felt so much like defeat. "It's the only way," she whispered again to the empty shop. This time, even she didn't quite believe it.
Chapter 10. Brewing Doubts. Rowan moved methodically among the shelves of Bell and Bloom, watering can in hand. The evening light slanted through the windows, catching on the delicate leaves of his chamomile starts and making the valerian shimmer. Each plant received not only measured hydration, but a quiet murmur of conversation as well. "You wouldn't believe what happened yesterday," he told a cluster of rosemary. "The entire arena lit up like midsummer night. Half the town probably thinks we planned it." The plants didn't answer, of course, but their silent presence had always been a comfort to him. They asked for nothing but care and returned it with steady growth, unlike people who were messy and unpredictable and full of complications. Unlike Tess. He paused at the far corner of his shop, where a single moonflower grew in a painted ceramic pot. It wasn't the most practical herb for his business. Its properties were finicky, its blooming schedule inconvenient, but he'd kept it thriving for years now. The flower was closed tight in the daylight, saving its breathtaking display for the darkness. "I held her hand," he told the moonflower, voice dropping even though the shop was empty of customers. His fingers hovered over the tightly furled petals, then gently traced their edges. Right there, in front of everyone. It wasn't part of the plan. The moonflower, like all night-blooming plants, kept its secrets until darkness fell. Something about its wild, untamed beauty reminded him of Tess, the way she created magic that broke all the rules but somehow still worked. The way she laughed with her whole body when something delighted her. The way she'd looked at him when their potions had merged into that impossible, beautiful storm of magic. Movement outside the window caught his eye, and he straightened, watering can forgotten in his hand. Tess was hurrying past his shop, her honey-brown curls bouncing with each determined step. Her arms were wrapped around what he immediately recognized as her experimental journal, the leather-bound book with the singed corner and mysterious stains, the one she guarded more fiercely than Mallow protected her favorite napping spot. What struck him as odd wasn't the journal itself, but the fact that she didn't even glance toward his shop. Tess always looked. A quick, challenging glance that said, "I see you there, plant boy," even when she was pretending not to care. But today her eyes remained fixed straight ahead, her posture rigid and her expression closed off in a way that made his chest tighten. "Something's wrong," Rowan murmured, more to himself than anyone else. From across the room, Thistle gave a dramatic eye roll from his perch in Rowan's second favorite teacup. The botanical toad's violet eyes conveyed the full weight of his judgment before he opened his mouth and belched a small cloud of green-tinted smoke. The cloud hovered momentarily before forming into the word "obviously" in elegant cursive script, then dissipating into the afternoon light. "Thank you for that insightful commentary," Rowan said dryly. "As always, your input is invaluable." Thistle blinked once, slowly, then settled deeper into the teacup. Rowan set down the watering can and tried to focus on practical tasks. Inventory needed counting, summer blooming herbs required repotting, labels needed updating with proper harvesting dates. He pulled out his ledger and began noting stock levels, but his eyes kept drifting toward the small wooden box sitting on his workbench. The box contained their paired Heartstring Vial Charms, removed after yesterday's demonstration. He'd taken his off first, claiming the glass pendant interfered with his herb cutting precision. Tess had followed suit almost too eagerly, slipping hers off with a forced laugh about giving the poor things a rest after that light show. Almost against his will, Rowan found himself crossing to the workbench and opening the box. Inside, the two vial charms lay side by side on a bed of cotton. What caught his attention, what had been nagging at him all day, was that even separated from Tess, her charm continued to pulse with a gentle, rose-gold light that matched the rhythm of his own. According to the Ministry's exhaustive pamphlet on emotional resonance monitoring artifacts, which he'd read cover to cover, of course, the vials should remain dormant when removed and separated. Yet these continued their synchronized dance, like two hearts beating in tandem across the distance. The shop bell chimed with a melodic trill that announced a visitor. Rowan hastily closed the box and turned, professional smile already in place, only to find Elder Poppy Greaves drifting toward him. Literally drifting. Her levitation charms had lifted her a good 2 inches off the ground, making her tiny white-haired form seem even more ethereal as she floated into his shop. Her wicker basket preceded her, filled with loose herbs, dried flowers, and what appeared to be, was that a sleeping mouse nestled among the chamomile? "Your magic speaks clearly even when your mouth refuses to cooperate, young man," she announced, without preamble, her voice startlingly strong for someone so diminutive. Rowan straightened his already straight counter. "Good afternoon, Elder Poppy. Can I help you find something specific today?" "Don't play obtuse with me, Rowan Bell. I wasn't born yesterday." She tapped her temple with one gnarled finger. "Born 87 years ago, as a matter of fact. Plenty of time to recognize when someone's heart is louder than their words." "I don't know what you mean," Rowan responded automatically, though his careful composure slipped when Elder Poppy fixed him with a knowing stare. "The potion you brewed together yesterday contained a truth that even the Ministry's forms can't categorize properly." She nodded sagely, her basket bobbing in agreement. "Such beautiful resonance. Haven't seen anything like it since the Willoughby Hornblossom Union of '73. Now, that was a display. 3 oak trees sprouted in the town square on the spot." Rowan felt heat creeping up his neck. That was just a malfunction. The love lure potion Tess was working with had unstable properties, and when our magic overlapped... "Pish and tosh!" Elder Poppy waved away his explanation like an annoying gnat. "That wasn't a malfunction, boy. That was magical compatibility of the highest order." She floated toward his herb wall, seemingly forgetting their conversation as she began plucking sprigs, apparently at random. Thyme, sage, a bit of lemon balm. "You know," she said casually, "did you know that during the Great Registry Reform of '42, couples who showed natural magical resonance were exempt from scrutiny? True magic doesn't need a ministry seal, after all." Rowan blinked. "I wasn't aware of that regulation." Not many are. The ministry quietly removed that exemption 15 years later. Too many couples claiming natural resonance when they'd just downed a flask of liquid courage. She tucked another herb into her basket. But the principle remains sound. True bonds announce themselves, whether we wish them to or not. She drifted closer to his counter, her eyes suddenly piercing. The question is not whether there's magic between you two. That's as plain as the nose on your face. The question is whether you'll have the courage to claim it as your own, rather than blaming it on potions and proximity. Elder puppy, with all due respect. Respect is listening when wisdom is offered, young man, she interrupted, suddenly hovering higher until their eyes were level. And wisdom says that girl across the street has been staring at your shop for 3 years with the same look you give her when you think no one's watching. Before Rowan could formulate any response to that bombshell, Elder Moppy abruptly changed the subject. Now, I'll take 2 ounces of your lunar mint and a packet of those lovely dream dew seeds. The registry discount still applies, yes? Of course, Rowan managed, grateful for the distraction of wrapping her purchases. Though you never actually worked for the registry, did you? Elder Poppy winked. They can never quite prove it either way, can they? That's the secret to a comfortable retirement. After he'd handed her the purchases and watched her float out the door, literally, her levitation charms seemed to be intensifying rather than wearing off, Rowan turned back to find Thistle had abandoned his teacup. The botanical toad had hopped onto Rowan's private journal, which sat half-hidden on a shelf beneath the counter. With deliberate slowness, Thistle used one webbed foot to push the leather-bound book open, then tapped insistently on a specific page. Rowan leaned over to see what his familiar was indicating. It was a page where he had sketched a complex potion formula months ago, with personal notes scribbled in the margins. For moments when words fail, essence of courage, truth, and hope. Beneath it, smaller, perhaps someday. Thistle fixed him with a steady, violet gaze, then deliberately hopped once. Fine, Rowan told his familiar with quiet resignation. You've made your point. The toad gave what might have been a satisfied nod, had anyone else been watching. As Rowan gathered his apron and began collecting bottles from the shelves, Thistle settled into a spot on the counter where he could observe the proceedings with his characteristic blend of judgment and silent support. Rowan worked with careful precision, selecting each herb with deliberate attention. Lavender for sincerity, honeysuckle for devotion, nettle for the courage to face difficult truths. The ritual of preparation centered him, bringing clarity to thoughts that had been churning since the moment their potions had merged into that impossible display. He crushed dried rose petals with a mortar and pestle, focusing on the sweet, complex scent that rose from the bowl. The roses had come from his mother's garden, the one beautiful, unregulated thing in his otherwise rigidly structured childhood home. A place where magic had been used for prestige rather than joy. The thought of his family's approach to magic made Rowan's hands slow momentarily. All his life he'd been taught that proper magic was controlled, categorized, and contained. Emotions were messy variables to be eliminated from the equation. It was why he'd left, why he'd built his own shop where plants could grow as they needed to, where magic could serve healing rather than status. The irony wasn't lost on him that he'd spent 3 years maintaining rigid control around Tess, the one person whose magic thrived on precisely the emotional chaos he'd been taught to avoid. As Rowan worked, his movements gained confidence. The base of the potion shifted from copper to a clear, bright amber, and then, as he added 3 drops of moonflower essence, saved from last summer's bloom, it transformed into a deep, true gold that caught the late afternoon light streaming through his window. This wasn't a potion from any standard recipe book. It wasn't meant to fulfill a practical purpose or pass a registry inspection. It was simply truth, distilled into liquid form. His truth, carefully crafted from elements that represented what he could no longer deny feeling for the chaotic, brilliant woman across the street. When complete, he bottled it carefully in a small crystal vial he'd been saving for a special occasion. The glass was etched with intertwining vines that wrapped around the stopper. He held it up to the light, watching the golden liquid shimmer within. Thistle hopped closer, his usual sardonic expression softened into something resembling approval. "It's not a declaration," Rowan explained, hearing the defensiveness in his own voice even as he said it. "Just an invitation to stop pretending." The toad blinked slowly, which Rowan chose to interpret as encouragement. He found a small wooden box lined with velvet, tucked away from his regular packaging supplies. Into it he placed a bed of dried rose petals, then nestled the vial carefully among them. After a moment's hesitation, he took a slip of parchment and wrote 5 simple words. "Real if you want it to be." He folded the note and tucked it alongside the vial, then closed the box with a soft click. Night had fallen by the time he'd finished, the shop windows reflecting his own image back at him in the darkness. Rowan stood at his workbench, the gift-boxed potion before him, suddenly hesitant. The affinity band still circling his wrist warmed gently against his skin, a constant reminder of the connection he'd been trying so hard to dismiss as artificial. He moved to the front window and gazed across the street toward the alchemical hearth. Tess's windows still glowed with working light, silhouetting her moving figure as she bent over what he assumed was her cauldron. Even from this distance, he could see the intensity in her posture, the focus that made her curl bounce as she worked. For 3 years he had maintained a careful distance. For 3 years he had channeled every complicated feeling into perfectly measured retorts and professionally delivered critiques of her methods. For 3 years he had convinced himself that the twist in his stomach whenever she laughed was simply professional irritation at her casual approach to potion making. The irony that it had taken a fake relationship to force him to confront real feelings wasn't lost on him. Rowan's fingers traced the edge of the small wooden box. Inside was truth, distilled to its essence. Not a declaration that would corner her, but an invitation. A chance to acknowledge what had sparked between them in that moment when their magic had merged, and neither could pretend any longer. The light in her window flickered, drawing his attention back to her shadowed form. What was she working on so intently? Something about her focused determination made him uneasy tonight. It wasn't her usual creative chaos. This looked more like problem-solving, more like fixing something she perceived as broken. Thistle hopped onto the windowsill beside him, his violet eyes reflecting the distant light from Tess's shop. The toad made a soft sound, not his usual judgmental croak, but something gentler. "I know," Rowan said quietly. "I'll talk to her tomorrow." He picked up the box, weighing it in his palm. Inside, a golden potion waited, courage and truth and hope, distilled into something that could be shared. A tiny light in the growing darkness between their 2 shops. An unspoken promise he was finally ready to voice. What he couldn't see was that across the street, Tess was brewing something very different. A potion meant to sever what he hoped to nurture, to neutralize what he had finally stopped fighting. His quiet hope hung in the balance between their 2 shops, as fragile and beautiful as the moonflower that would open to the night sky only hours later, without him there to witness its bloom.
Chapter 11. The Counterspell Catastrophe. Tess adjusted the last black candle, ensuring its position was exactly right. Moonlight flooded through the windows of the alchemical hearth, casting long shadows across her workbench. The silvery beams highlighted the ritual circle she'd spent the past hour preparing. Each element was in place: black candles for nullification, crushed moonstone for clarity, dried nightshade for severing magical bonds, and at the center, her Heartstring Vial Charm. The vial pulsed with an erratic glow, nothing like the steady pink shine it had displayed at the fairgrounds. Its rhythm reminded Tess of a heartbeat, irregular, distressed, like her own. From the windowsill, Mallow watched with unmistakable disapproval, her creamy white fur almost luminescent in the moonlight. The alchemical fox had refused to bring Tess any of the ritual components, forcing her to gather everything herself. Now Mallow's golden markings flickered with irritation, her runes glowing a sullen orange. "This is necessary," Tess whispered, smoothing out the wrinkles in her experimental journal. She'd stayed up 3 nights straight developing this counter potion, combining reversal elements with emotional neutralizers. The result was a swirling silver liquid that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Mallow huffed, turning her back with deliberate drama. "The registry is breathing down our necks," Tess continued, as much to convince herself as her familiar. "You saw the notice Crispin delivered. Emotional entanglements could void potion licenses if found unstable." She mimicked his pompous tone. "I'm being practical." Mallow flicked her tail dismissively. "What would you have me do? Let this, whatever this is, cost us everything I've built?" Tess gestured around the shop, her voice rising with barely contained panic. "My family's legacy? Your home?" The fox turned just enough to fix Tess with a judgmental stare. The runes on her flank shifted to form a pattern Tess recognized all too well. Stubbornness. "It's just magical interference," Tess insisted, carefully positioning her heartstring vial at the circle's center. "A lingering effect from that botched love lure potion. This ritual will clear everything up, and we can go back to—" Mallow made a sound somewhere between a snort and a bark. "Normal," Tess finished firmly. "We'll go back to normal." Though what normal meant now, she wasn't entirely sure. Normal had never included the way her stomach flipped when Rowan caught her hand during the potion storm. Normal definitely didn't account for how natural it had felt to lean against him as they navigated the love labyrinth. She pushed those thoughts aside and consulted her journal. Her notes were meticulous despite the frantic scrawl that betrayed her state of mind while writing them. The neutralization ritual was straightforward. Activate the circle, recite the incantation, and pour the counter potion over the vial while channeling intent. Simple, efficient, permanent. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached for the silver potion. The moonlight caught in the liquid, creating swirling patterns that seemed to whisper cautions she refused to hear. "By binding undone and truth revealed," she began, her voice softer than intended, "let magical interference be unsealed." The candle flame stretched toward the ceiling as the words left her lips, growing taller and thinner with each syllable. The air in the shop thickened, pressing against her skin like a question demanding reconsideration. The shop bell chimed. Tess jerked violently, nearly dropping the precious counter potion. She spun around, one hand clutched to her chest, the other white-knuckled around the vial. Rowan stood in the doorway. For a heartbeat, neither moved. He looked different somehow, less guarded, more uncertain. His hair was loose around his shoulders instead of tied back, and he wasn't wearing his usual meticulous apron. In his hands he cradled a small wooden box with obvious care. The hope in his expression shifted visibly as he took in the scene. Black candles, ritual circle, Tess standing with a potion that gleamed like liquid moonlight. Understanding dawned in his eyes, followed closely by something that made Tess' chest ache. "What are you doing?" he asked quietly, his voice barely carrying across the shop. Tess felt their affinity bands flare with warmth. The sensation had become so familiar that she'd almost stopped noticing it, but now it seemed to burn against her skin. She stepped back instinctively, clutching the counter potion tighter. "Nothing," she said quickly, then realizing the absurdity of that claim given the elaborate ritual circle surrounding her, amended, it's—" Rowan stepped further into the shop, the door swinging shut behind him. The candle flames bent toward him momentarily, then resumed their unnatural height. "Tess?" he said, her name carrying a weight of questions. "I'm fixing things," she blurted, the words tumbling out too fast. "The registry is monitoring our magical stability. You know that. They could revoke our licenses if they decide our connection is disrupting magical commerce. She gestured to the ritual with her free hand. This counter potion will neutralize the love lure effects and love lure effects, Rowan repeated, the words falling like stones between them. His careful mask slipped, revealing something raw underneath that made Tess want to look away. Instead, she watched as he placed the wooden box on a nearby shelf with exaggerated gentleness, as though afraid sudden movements might shatter something invisible but precious. "Is that what you think this is?" he asked. "A potion accident?" Panic fluttered in Tess's chest, a trapped bird seeking escape. She turned back to the ritual circle, determined to finish what she'd started before she lost her nerve. The registry notices said unstable emotional entanglements could... Emotional entanglements, Rowan echoed, cutting her off. "That's what we're calling it now?" Tess uncorked the counter potion, keeping her back to him. "We've been affected by magical residue for weeks now. The labyrinth made it worse. Our potions merging at the contest nearly set Dottie's clipboard on fire. And that's a problem because it's fake." She whirled to face him, silver potion sloshing dangerously close to the rim of its container. "Everything about this has been fake from the beginning. I panicked and lied to Inspector Wren. You agreed to go along with it to protect our businesses, and now we're stuck with..." She gestured between them with her free hand. "Whatever this is, magical interference that's making us feel..." She stopped herself, but Rowan completed the thought. "Making us feel what, Ted?" She couldn't answer. Couldn't bring herself to name the warmth that filled her chest when he was near, or the hollow ache when he wasn't. Naming it would give it power, make it real. Rowan's gaze didn't waver. "You think a potion made you defend me to Crispin Vane when he suggested my remedies were second-rate? Or made me bring you fresh mint when yours died after that frost? That's different. That was months before any of this started." Rowan reached for the wooden box he'd set aside, opening it with careful fingers. Inside nestled a small bottle containing a golden potion that seemed to glow from within, tiny motes of light dancing through the liquid like captured stars. Tess stared at it, momentarily forgetting the silver counter potion in her own hand. "I made this for you," Rowan said quietly. Despite the hurt in his eyes, his voice remained steady. "Not because of any spell or registry requirement, because it's real. It's been real for longer than either of us has been willing to admit." The golden potion caught the candlelight, reflecting it back tenfold. Whatever it was, Tess could sense its power. Not the sharp, bitter magic of utilitarian potions, but something warmer, more intimate. "What is it?" she whispered. "Truth in amber," he answered. "It reveals what's already there, beneath all our careful pretending." His fingers tightened around the box. "I was bringing it to show you that whatever happened in the labyrinth or at the contest, it wasn't because of a potion accident." The unspoken implication hung between them, as tangible as the magic gathering in the ritual circle. Tess looked down at her silver counter potion, then back at Rowan's golden creation. "I didn't know." "You didn't want to know," Rowan corrected gently. "It's safer that way, isn't it? If everything between us is just magical interference, then you don't have to..." A drop of the silver liquid slipped from Tess's trembling hands, falling into the ritual circle. The neutralization spell activated instantly. Silver light crackled between their heartstring vials, jumping like lightning through the circle. Tess felt the magic surge, cold and precise, targeting the connection between them with methodical efficiency. "Wait!" she cried, lunging toward Rowan's potion. "Rowan, Too late. The magical backlash slammed through the shop like a shockwave, shattering both vials in a shower of crystalline fragments. Candles extinguished all at once, plunging the room into moonlit darkness. Ingredients flew from shelves, bottles wobbled dangerously, and a visible ripple of disruption pulsed outward from the ritual circle. Their affinity bands went cold and dull against their wrists, the magic within them suddenly inert. The silence that followed the explosion was worse than any sound Tess had ever heard. She stared at the shattered glass, watching the last wisps of golden vapor dissipate into nothing. She hadn't just shattered a vial. She'd shattered trust, too. Trust she hadn't realized until this moment how desperately she wanted to keep. In the sudden silence, Tess could hear her own ragged breathing and nothing else. Even Mallow had gone completely still, watching from her perch with unblinking violet eyes. The golden potion Rowan had brought slowly faded inside its bottle, the dancing motes of light dimming one by one until the liquid was completely colorless. "Rowan, I didn't mean," Tess began, reaching toward him with desperate regret. The words felt inadequate, insignificant against the magnitude of what had just happened. He stepped back, just out of reach, his expression shuttered closed, the vulnerability retreating behind a careful mask that was somehow worse than anger would have been. "Congratulations, Tess," he said, his voice quiet but achingly final. "You've successfully neutralized the problem." Without another word, he turned and walked out of the shop, leaving Tess standing amid the wreckage of broken glass and unspoken truths. The door closed behind him with a gentle click that somehow hurt more than if he'd slammed it. Tess sank to her knees in the center of the ruined ritual circle, fragments of her heartstring vial scattered around her like broken promises. The silver counter potion had spilled across the floor, pooling in moonlit puddles that reflected nothing. "What have I done?" she whispered to the empty shop. Mallow jumped down from the windowsill, padding carefully through the debris to reach Tess. The alchemical fox's runes had shifted to a deep blue, the color of sorrow. "I was just trying to protect us," Tess said, her voice breaking. "The registry notices, the warnings about unstable magic, I thought I was being practical." Mallow nudged Tess's hand with her nose. "Who was I kidding?" Tears spilled down Tess's cheeks. "I wasn't afraid of losing my license. I was afraid of losing—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. The neutralization ritual had worked precisely as designed. It had severed the magical connection between their heartstring vials, extinguished the enchantment on their affinity bands, and dispersed any lingering effects from the love lure potion. What it hadn't done, what it couldn't do, was explain the hollow ache spreading through Tess's chest, or the way her hands still trembled with the memory of Rowan's touch, or why the absence of the magical bond felt like losing something vital. It wasn't the potion, she admitted finally, the truth she'd been running from for weeks, maybe months. It was never the potion. Mallow's runes flickered in agreement, shifting briefly to a pattern that resembled the toad marking on Thistle's back. "But now he thinks—" Tess gathered the shattered remains of her heartstring vial, cutting her fingertips on the sharp edges. She barely noticed the pain. "He thinks I wanted to erase everything. That I thought it was all just magical interference." The cold weight of her affinity band pressed against her wrist, a constant reminder of what she'd destroyed. Without its enchantment, it was just metal, empty and meaningless. Like their fake engagement had been supposed to be. Tess looked around at the devastation she'd caused. Ingredients scattered across the floor, bottles knocked askew, ritual components reduced to useless debris. The shop reflected the chaos inside her perfectly. All the careful organization undone by one impulsive decision. "I have to fix this," she said, rising to her feet with sudden determination. "I have to make him understand." Mallow tilted her head skeptically, her runes shifting to a doubtful amber. "I know, I might be too late," Tess began, gathering the broken pieces of her heartstring vial, placing them carefully on her workbench. "But I can't just—" she gestured helplessly. "I can't leave things like this." The fox watched as Tess moved methodically through the shop, righting toppled bottles and sweeping up broken glass. With each piece she collected, her movements became more purposeful, her expression more resolved. "I need to create something," she said, reaching for her experimental journal. something that shows him the truth, not because the registry requires it, or because of some magical accident, because it's real. Mallow's runes shifted to a cautious but supportive green. Tess flipped through her journal pages, past the neutralization ritual notes to fresh, blank pages waiting to be filled. She reached for a pen, hesitated, then glanced at the shelf where Rowan had left his wooden box. The colorless potion sat inside, all its magic extinguished by her ritual. "Truth in amber," she murmured, remembering Rowan's words. She picked up the bottle gently, turning it in the moonlight. Though the liquid was clear now, she could still sense the echo of what it had been, what it had meant. Tess set it on her workbench beside the fragments of her heartstring vial. "Mallow," she said, her voice steadier than it had been all evening, "I need to borrow your cleverest rune." The alchemical fox markings shimmered with interest, the golden potion bottle symbols on her tail glowing brighter. "We're going to create something new." Tess opened her journal to the first blank page and began to write, her penmanship careful, deliberate. Something honest. Outside, clouds drifted across the moon, casting shifting shadows through the shop windows. For the first time in weeks, Tess felt a clarity that had nothing to do with magical regulation or ministry requirements. The neutralization ritual had removed every trace of magical influence between her and Rowan, and somehow, impossibly, what remained hurt more than anything she'd felt before. Which meant only one thing: whatever existed between them had never been about magic at all.
Chapter 12. The Festival's Final Wish. The wishing fountain glowed with an almost unbearable brightness against the darkening evening sky. Rowan stood at the periphery of the gathering crowd, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, fingers absently brushing the cold metal of his affinity band. The once vibrant artifact had gone dull since that disastrous evening at the alchemical hearth 3 days ago. 3 days of silence. 3 days of emptiness that felt more profound than the years of carefully maintained rivalry that had come before. Thistle sat perched on his shoulder, unnaturally still. His botanical familiar hadn't belched a single smoky sigh since the neutralization spell had backfired. Instead, his violet eyes remained fixed on the crowd with uncharacteristic intensity, occasionally shifting to glance at Rowan's profile. "We don't have to stay," Rowan murmured, though his feet remained rooted to the spot. The toad didn't respond, but his time-patched back straightened slightly as a couple approached the shimmering waters of the wishing fountain. The woman tossed in a glinting coin. The fountain's waters swirled upward in joyful tendrils, sprinkling the couple with droplets that caught the light like scattered diamonds. The potion fairgrounds had been transformed for the closing ceremony. Lanterns floated overhead, bobbing gently in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Someone, likely Crispin, had enchanted them to form constellations of potion bottles and stirring rods. At the edge of the fountain square, Inspector Prudence Wren and Dottie Winthrop observed from a designated registry platform. Their clipboards hovered attentively beside them, quills poised to record any magical infraction. Rowan's gaze drifted toward Crispin Vane, who stood resplendent in a vest that shifted between gold and silver with each theatrical gesture. The potion fair organizer was announcing couples with the gravity of someone conducting a royal coronation. "Millicent and Jebediah Whisperwig, 42 years of matrimonial harmony," Crispin proclaimed, as an elderly couple shuffled forward, their matching lockets gleaming. "Step forth and cast your wishes into the sacred waters of tradition and hope." Rowan winced at the flowery language. He should leave. There was no reason to put himself through this spectacle, watching happy couples declare their wishes when his own had shattered so thoroughly. "Well, well. I was wondering if you'd show your face tonight." Rowan turned to find Aunt Thimble Merriwick standing beside him, her flower-enchanted robes blooming with expectant lilies that unfurled their petals as she spoke. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, knowing and ancient. "I'm not staying," he said, but made no move to leave. Aunt Thimble clicked her tongue, her wand doubling as a knitting needle twirled between her fingers. For someone who grows herbs that heal hearts, you're remarkably dense about your own." Rowan straightened, defensive. "I don't need cryptic advice tonight, Aunt Thimble." "Perhaps not," she conceded, her smile never faltering. "But you might need this." She reached for his hand, turned it palm up and pressed something cool and metallic into it. "Some magic can't be regulated, dear boy," she murmured, before disappearing back into the crowd with surprising swiftness for a woman of her age. Rowan uncurled his fingers. A small silver coin gleamed against his palm, etched with intertwining vines. Not the standard registry-issued wishing tokens being handed out to couples. This was older, much older, with an uneven edge that spoke of handcrafting rather than magical duplication. He turned it over, and in the lantern light, words shimmered across the surface. "Truth spoken freely breaks all binding." Thistle shifted on his shoulder, edging closer to examine the coin. The familiar's usually judgmental expression had softened into something more alert, more engaged. "It doesn't matter," Rowan said quietly. She made her choice. She tried to undo everything. But even as he spoke, his mind replayed the moment he'd walked into the alchemical hearth. The gift potion clutched stupidly in his hand, his heart hammering with the words he'd planned to say. The sight of Tess standing in the center of a complex nullification ritual, her face set with determination as she prepared to sever whatever had grown between them. The memory of her expression afterward, shock, then guilt, then desperate explanation, still burned. He hadn't stayed to listen. What was there to hear? She'd rather destroy their connection than risk it being real. "Owen and Marjorie Sweetwater," Crispin's voice boomed, "newly bonded and perfectly complementary according to the registry's latest classification." Thistle suddenly nipped Rowan's ear, hard enough to sting. "Oh, what?" The familiar pointed emphatically toward the fountain. Rowan's breath caught. Tess stood at the edge of the waiting line, half hidden behind a family of potion merchants. She looked small in a simple dress the color of summer shadows, her usual sparkle dimmed like a lantern running low on oil. No extravagant sleeves, no layers of enchanted fabric, just Tess. Beautiful, vulnerable Tess, with mallow pressed protectively against her legs. Her alchemical fox was subdued too, the golden marks on her tail barely shimmering. As Rowan watched, Mallow nudged Tess forward gently, but Tess shook her head and stepped backward instead, her shoulders hunched. She looked like she might leave. A sharp pain on his collarbone brought his attention back to Thistle. The toad had scrambled down from his shoulder and was headbutting a small pouch that hung around Rowan's neck, the leather herb pouch he'd carried for years, carefully labeled, "For Courage," in his own neat script. He'd never used it. "I don't need..." Thistle fixed him with a violet glare, so intense that Rowan fell silent. Then, to his utter astonishment, the familiar opened his mouth and spoke. Not in fragmented croaks or smoky sighs, but in a full, clear sentence. "Some wishes require action, not magic." Rowan stared at his familiar, momentarily forgetting everything else. "You can talk? Since when can you..." Thistle rolled his eyes and pointed again toward the fountain, where Tess had finally moved to the front of the line. The crowd hushed as she stepped forward to the fountain's edge. The water stilled, surface going mirror smooth, as if the ancient magic were listening. Mallow sat at attention beside her, ears pricked forward, golden markings suddenly alight with hope. Tess raised her coin. In the silence, her voice carried clearly across the square, reaching Rowan as though she stood right beside him. "I wish for the courage to be seen, truly seen, and still be chosen." Something broke open in Rowan's chest. All the careful walls and measured distances he'd built, the polite smiles for customers, the safe conversations, the guarded heart, collapsed at once like a house of cards. The pain of the past 3 days, the years of pretending indifference, the exhaustion of denying what he felt every time she walked into a room. It all crystallized into a single, clarifying moment of certainty. Without giving himself time to second-guess, Rowan moved. His feet carried him through the crowd with singular purpose, past startled couples and wide-eyed children. He heard the gasps, the whispers that followed his progress. But they mattered less than reaching her before she dropped that coin. Tess froze mid-wish, her arms suspended above the water. Her eyes widened as she spotted him, vulnerability and hope flashing across her face so nakedly that his heart ached. He stopped directly in front of her and gently took her free hand in his, standing before her in full view of the registry officials, Aunt Thimble, and half the town. Rowan watched her expression shift as she prepared to make her wish, not the confident, vibrant Tess who challenged him at every turn, but someone vulnerable and raw with regret. The words of her whispered wish carried to him on the night breeze. "I wish for the courage to be seen, truly seen, and still be chosen." His heart swelled with certainty. She wasn't trying to erase what was between them. She was terrified it was already gone. "I don't need a wish or a potion to know what's real," Rowan said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "I've been choosing you every day, fighting it, denying it, but choosing you all the same, long before any spell or registry form tried to define what we are." Tess stared at him, her lips parting in surprise. "But I ruined everything with that stupid neutralization ritual." "You can't neutralize what's bone deep," he said, squeezing her hand. "Though Thistle did suggest I might be magically dense, so I can't fully blame you for trying." A tentative smile quirked the corner of her mouth. He's not wrong." As she spoke, their affinity bands, both dull and cold since the night of the backfired spell, suddenly flared to life. Heat spread up Rowan's arm as his band glowed with an intensity that made nearby onlookers shield their eyes. Tess's band matched his, a complementary light generating a harmonious hum that vibrated through his bones. From the registry platform came a startled squawk. Inspector Prudence Wren's enchanted quill had leapt from her hand and was frantically writing across her clipboard in letters so large they were visible from across the square. Authentic emotional resonance confirmed. Dottie Winthrop's eyebrows had nearly disappeared into her hairline. Her own quill was nodding vigorously in agreement, spattering ink across her pristine dress suit. Tess bit her lip, her eyes never leaving his face. "Are you sure?" she whispered, and the uncertainty in her voice made him ache for all the times he'd held back, all the moments he'd hidden behind sarcasm and rivalry. Rowan answered by taking her face gently between his hands. He brushed his thumbs across her cheekbones, feeling the softness of her skin, the slight tremble of her breath against his wrists. Then he kissed her. Not the careful, measured kiss he might have planned, not a performance for the registry or the town, but with everything he'd kept silent for years. The truth of him finally unbound. Her wishing token slipped from her fingers. Somewhere in the kiss he lost track of his own. Their coins fell together into the fountain, breaking the still surface with twin ripples that expanded outward, merging into something larger than either alone. The fountain responded instantly. A spectacular shower of golden light erupted from the water, arcing over the fairgrounds in radiant streams that resembled nothing so much as a heart beating, pulsing with magic older than any registry regulation. Light droplets rained down on the gathered crowd, tasting of honey and hope and something uniquely theirs. Tess wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, her mouth curved in a smile against his. Around them, the world fell away. The gasping crowd, Crispin's theatrical fainting spell, even Inspector Wren's frantic scribbling faded to background noise. Thistle croaked softly from his shoulder, sounding frighteningly close to Smug. Mallow pranced around their ankles, her golden markings glowing bright enough to cast shadows. When they finally broke apart, breathless and grinning, Tess kept her hands on his shoulders as if afraid he might disappear. "Did we just break several registry protocols?" she whispered. "Probably. Rowan tucked a wayward curl behind her ear. "Do you care?" She laughed, that full, unreserved laugh he'd heard so rarely and cherished every time. "Not even a little bit." From somewhere in the crowd, Aunt Thimble's voice rang out, "It's about time. My matchmaking ledger has been glowing for these two since they opened competing shops." Dottie Winthrop cleared her throat loudly. She approached with her clipboard hovering at attention beside her, though even her perpetually unimpressed expression had softened slightly at the edges. "The registry will need to update your classification from falsified partnership to authentic bond," she announced, adjusting her monochrome dress suit. "There's paperwork, extensive paperwork." Her quill nodded vigorously, already drafting forms in mid-air. "We'll come by your office tomorrow," Tess promised, not looking away from Rowan. "Together," Rowan added, his arm settling around her waist. Dottie raised an eyebrow but nodded sharply before marching back toward the registry platform, where Inspector Wren was frantically updating her evaluation notes. Tess leaned her forehead against Rowan's chest, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. "I can't believe we fooled a ministry inspector into thinking we were engaged, broke the illusion with a backfired spell, and then made it real in front of the entire town." "Very efficient," Rowan agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Though I don't know if I'd recommend our method to others." "Probably not." She lifted her head, her eyes dancing with the reflection of the still glowing fountain. "What do we do now?" Rowan glanced at the affinity bands on their wrists, now pulsing with complementary light in a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. Years of careful distance, of pretending indifference, had dissolved into something far more terrifying and wonderful. "Now," he said, "we stop pretending." Thistle belched a small cloud of approval, the first since the neutralization spell. It smelled of mint and possibility. Their familiars exchanged knowing glances. Mallow stretched upward on her hind legs, her tail brushing against Thistle with deliberate purpose. The botanical toad made no move to shift away. In that perfect moment, with Tess's arms around his neck and the taste of her smile lingering on his lips, Rowan Bell finally understood that some forms of magic need no regulation at all. The real magic had been there all along, hidden beneath herbs and rivalry, waiting patiently to be acknowledged. The fountain waters continued to shimmer around their submerged coins, the ancient magic recognizing what the registry forms and official evaluations never could, that the strongest bonds form not from regulation, but from choice, made freely and without reservation.
Chapter 13. Alchemical Hearts. Tess moved around the alchemical hearth with unhurried steps, lighting candles in mismatched holders as evening descended over Thistledown Hollow. Golden light bloomed in each corner of her shop, casting dancing shadows across bottles of shimmering potions and bundles of dried herbs. For the first time in weeks, maybe years, her movements lacked their usual frantic energy. The shop felt different tonight, calmer, fuller. Or maybe it was just the presence of Rowan Bell sitting at her workbench, his long fingers carefully turning the pages of her experimental journal. He'd been reading it for nearly an hour, occasionally making a soft sound of appreciation or raising an eyebrow at her more creative annotations. "That entry is from when I accidentally created bubbles that sang insults in harmony," Tess said, noticing which page he was studying. "Not my finest professional moment." Rowan looked up with a half-smile that still made her stomach flip. "I disagree. The magical theory is sound. Your execution was just a disaster that covered 3 customers in musical bubbles, calling them dunder-headed nimcon poops." "Innovative," he corrected, eyes sparkling. "Though perhaps not client-friendly." Tess laughed, warmth spreading through her chest as she lit the last candle. The soft light caught the affinity band on her wrist, making it glow with a steady, gentle radiance that reflected in copper patterns across the wall. Rowan's band matched the rhythm perfectly, pulsing in harmony. No longer ministry monitoring devices, they'd somehow transformed into something else. Symbols of a connection they'd chosen freely, despite every ridiculous obstacle thrown their way. She caught Rowan glancing at his band with that small, private smile that made her heart skip. The same expression he'd worn at the wishing fountain when he'd stopped her mid-wish and changed everything. "I should bottle whatever miracle stopped you from running in the opposite direction after everything," Tess said with a self-deprecating laugh. She set down 2 steaming mugs of tea on the workbench, each infused with calming herbs from Rowan's shop. Their first real collaboration of many, she hoped, though any sensible person probably would have fled after watching me blow up half my shop trying to erase feelings that weren't even potion-induced in the first place. Rowan reached across the workbench for her hand, capturing it before she could pull away. His thumb traced slow, deliberate circles on her palm, sending tingles up her arm that had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with the intensity in his eyes. Not a miracle, just years of pretending I wasn't watching you create impossible magic, and wishing I had the courage to tell you how extraordinary I think you are. Tess felt her cheeks warm. "You've spent years thinking I'm extraordinary? I distinctly remember you calling my seasonal mood-lifting potions chaotic emotional thunderstorms in bottles. Being around people." "They are," he agreed, but his thumb didn't stop its hypnotic movement across her skin. "That doesn't make them any less extraordinary. Or you any less fascinating." From their perch atop a shelf of reference books, Mallow and Thistle observed the scene below with what they clearly believed was dignified disinterest. The alchemical fox had her tail curled protectively around the botanical toad, whose moss-green skin was betraying him by sprouting tiny purple flowers, a sure sign of contentment no matter how much he grumbled. And grumble he did. "I have a professional reputation to maintain," Thistle complained in his newly discovered voice, which he used exclusively for registering disapproval. "This relationship will interfere with serious scholarly work." Despite his protests, he made no move to dislodge Mallow's tail from around his rotund body. "Emotional research," Mallow corrected with smug satisfaction. "The golden potion." Bottle markings along her white fur glowing with self-congratulation. "I told you they'd figure it out eventually, though I expected it would take at least another festival and possibly an enchanted disaster of much greater magnitude." She purred loudly, releasing a scent of cinnamon and citrus that filled the shop with warmth. "Your faith in our emotional intelligence is overwhelming," Tess called up to her familiar. Mallow yawned, showing delicate fangs. "I'm a miracle worker, not an actual miracle." Tess laughed and turned back to her workbench, pulling out the final registry form that Inspector Prudence Wren had thrust at them after the wishing fountain ceremony. The document, officially titled Verification of Authentic Romantic Engagement, had undergone its own magical transformation. Where it had once been a stark, intimidating scroll covered in bureaucratic warnings, it now boasted borders of spontaneously sprouted flowers that gently changed colors with their moods. Most tellingly, next to the severe-looking ministry stamps and seals, Aunt Thimble's unmistakable matchmaking emblem sparkled in silver ink. "Did she actually hijack a ministry document?" Tess asked, running her finger over the intricate knot pattern that was Aunt Thimble's signature. Rowan snorted. "Are you actually surprised? She's been 3 steps ahead of everyone since this started. I wouldn't be shocked if she engineered the entire registry audit just to force us together." "That would be absurdly complicated even for her," Tess said, though she wasn't entirely convinced it was beyond Aunt Thimble's meddling capabilities. The woman had spent decades perfecting the art of romantic interference disguised as coincidence. "We still need to update our business licenses and familial registry status," Rowan noted, his practical nature asserting itself. But there was unmistakable warmth in his voice as he added, "Though I suspect we've given the ministry enough paperwork for one season." His eyes never left Tess's face as he spoke, as if memorizing her features in the candlelight. The intensity of his gaze made her breath catch. For years they'd circled each other in a dance of rivalry and barbed compliments, neither willing to admit what the town had apparently seen all along. So much wasted time, Tess thought, when they could have been doing this, simply existing together in comfortable silence, broken by conversation that didn't need to disguise itself as competition. She pushed away from her side of the workbench and moved around to stand beside him. After a moment's hesitation, old habits died hard, Tess allowed herself the simple pleasure she'd imagined countless times, running her fingers through his wavy dark blonde hair. It was softer than she'd expected, and the way his eyes darkened at her touch made her stomach flip. Rowan's hands found her waist, pulling her gently between his knees as he remained seated on the workbench stool. "I like this version of us," he murmured. "The non-bickering version?" Tess asked, continuing to play with his hair, enjoying the way he leaned into her touch like a contented cat. "The honest version," he corrected, "though I reserve the right to argue with you when your experimental methods threaten to burn down the street." It really happened once, and it was a controlled fire. It was purple and it laughed, Tess. She grinned, unrepentant. It was still fascinating. Rowan laughed, the sound rich and unguarded in a way she'd rarely heard before. His hands tightened slightly at her waist, pulling her closer until she was properly in his arms, her body leaning against his chest. The steady beat of his heart against her palm felt like the most powerful magic she'd ever encountered. "I don't care about the paperwork right now," Tess murmured, her voice dropping to a whisper as she leaned into him. "This part isn't for their forms or their charms or their reviews. This is just ours." There was a heartbeat of anticipation, a perfect moment of suspension where she could feel the shift between what had been and what was coming. Then Rowan closed the distance between them, his lips finding hers in a kiss that started gentle but quickly deepened into something that made her affinity band glow like a small sun. It felt like another kind of magic entirely, not the fizzing, unpredictable alchemy of her potions, or the steady, earthy reliability of his remedies, but something new they were creating together. A spell brewed not from recipes or rituals, but from choice and truth, and the quiet magic of finally being seen fully and loved anyway. When they broke apart, slightly breathless, the candles around the shop seemed to flicker in approval. From their shelf, Mallow gave a satisfied purr, while Thistle pretended to be deeply absorbed in grooming a particularly interesting leaf growing from his shoulder. "I think," Tess said, her voice slightly unsteady, "that I might need to revise my research on love potions entirely." Rowan's eyebrows rose. "Oh?" She nodded, pressing her forehead against his. All this time trying to bottle and sell the feeling, when the real thing is so much more powerful and completely impossible to contain. Coming from Thistledown's most improbable potion master, that's quite an admission, he teased, but his eyes were soft with understanding. "Even I have to admit when I've been outdone," she replied, "though don't expect me to make a habit of it." Rowan laughed again, and Tess found herself cataloging the sound, filing it away alongside all her most precious discoveries. She'd spent years believing her greatest magic would come from some brilliant potion innovation, something that would make her famous beyond their little village. Now, with his arms around her, and their familiars watching with poorly disguised approval, she was discovering that perhaps the most powerful magic she'd ever created wasn't found in her cauldron at all. It was in the space between two people who stopped pretending just long enough to find something real. "So," she said after they'd been quiet for a moment, simply holding each other in the candlelight, "what do you think about combining our expertise for a joint workshop at next year's potion fair? We could call it Complementary Magic, Balancing Potions and Remedies for Optimal Healing." Rowan pulled back slightly to look at her, surprise and pleasure flashing across his face. "You're serious?" "Of course. Your methodology is irritatingly precise, but your herbal knowledge is unmatched, and I bring a certain creative flair to chaos," he suggested dryly. "Explosions? Unexpected sentient bubbles?" Tess poked him in the chest. "Innovation. she corrected primly. I believe you called it extraordinary not 10 minutes ago. So I did. His smile turned thoughtful. A joint workshop could be interesting. We'd need to establish clear protocols for ingredient handling, of course, and safety measures for when your innovations inevitably try to achieve consciousness. We could incorporate your botanical preservation techniques with my acceleration elixirs, Tess continued, excitement building. Ideas began bubbling up faster than she could articulate them. And what if we combined your healing balms with my mood-lifting elements? We could create remedies that heal both body and spirit simultaneously. Slow down, Rowan laughed, but his eyes were bright with interest. Let's start with something simple. Maybe a collaboration on seasonal wellness tonics. Your flair for flavoring could make my immunity boosters actually palatable. Are you admitting that your remedies taste terrible? Tess asked with exaggerated shock. I'm admitting they're functional rather than pleasant, he replied diplomatically. Effectiveness over experience. We can have both, she insisted, already mentally designing labels for their joint products. Imagine what we could create if we stopped competing and started combining our strengths. From above, Thistle made a sound suspiciously like a snort. They're going to be insufferable now that they're collaborating. You mean delightful, Mala corrected, her tail swishing happily. And I, for one, cannot wait to see what chaos they create together. Structured chaos, Thistle grumbled. With proper safety protocols, one hopes. Rowan glanced up at their familiars with a shake of his head, then returned his attention to Tess. He reached up to tuck a wayward curl behind her ear, the gesture so tender it made her throat tighten. I think, he said softly, that I'd like to collaborate with you on a great many things, Tess Albright. The way he said her name, like it was something precious to be savored, made her affinity band pulse warmly against her skin. She covered his hand with her own, turning to press a kiss against his palm. Even if it means occasionally dealing with sentient bubbles? She asked, only half joking. Even then, he promised. Though I reserve the right to say I told you so when they inevitably develop opinions about our relationship. Tess laughed, the sound bright and unrestrained in the quiet shop. That's fair. Outside, the last light of day had faded entirely, leaving the streets of Thistledown Hollow illuminated only by enchanted lampposts and the occasional glow from a passing familiar. Inside, the alchemical hearth, however, the candlelight created a golden sanctuary, a space where rivalry had transformed into something far more interesting, and infinitely more magical. Rowan pulled her close again, his kiss deeper this time, less hesitant. Tess responded eagerly, letting herself sink into the sensation without analyzing or questioning it. For once in her chaotic, experiment-filled life, she didn't need to test or measure or document the experience. She simply needed to feel it. Malo's purr grew louder, filling the shop with the scent of cinnamon and new possibilities. Even Thistle looked grudgingly pleased, a tiny vine of contentment curling from his back and reaching toward the alchemical fox beside him. By law and by ledger, Thistle croaked in a mocking imitation of the ministry anthem. By scroll and by seal. Mallow joined in with dramatic flair. We temper the tides of emotion and zeal. Tess broke the kiss to look up at their familiars, torn between laughter and exasperation. Are you two quite finished? Never, Mallow replied with shameless delight. We're just getting started. She nudged Thistle with her nose. Aren't we? The botanical toad sighed heavily, but tiny flowers continued to bloom across his back, betraying his true feelings. I suppose we are, he admitted. Order through emotional stability, indeed. I think we've thoroughly disproven that motto, Rowan said, his arm still wrapped around Tess's waist. Nothing about this has been orderly or stable. Tess leaned into him, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest against hers. And thank goodness for that. In the candlelit shop, surrounded by the evidence of her magical experiments, some successful, many spectacular failures, Tess found herself grateful for every chaotic decision and impulsive choice that had led to this moment. Maybe the ministry was wrong. Maybe the true magic wasn't found in order and regulation at all, but in the beautiful, unpredictable alchemy of two people finding their way to each other, again and again, until they finally got it right. She rested her head against Rowan's shoulder, feeling the last of her defenses dissolve into something softer and far more valuable. The most powerful potion she'd ever created wasn't in any of her labeled bottles or experimental journals. It was here, in the space between heartbeats, in the quiet truth they'd finally allowed themselves to acknowledge. It was, she decided, the only magic that really mattered. Epilogue. Festival wishes and future mischief. "Hold still," she murmured, narrowing her eyes at the stubborn arrangement. "Thistle may be an excellent botanical familiar, but his floral design skills need work." Tess stood on her tiptoes, her fingers working deftly to adjust the sprig of thyme and moonflower pinned to Rowan's lapel. The boutonniere kept tilting sideways despite her efforts, almost as if it had opinions about its placement. From Rowan's pocket came an indignant croak. I heard that," Thistle grumbled. "The arrangement is perfect. The wearer is fidgeting." Tess bit back a smile as Rowan sighed dramatically. "I've been standing perfectly still for 3 minutes." "Well, stand perfectly stiller," she said, finally managing to secure the boutonniere in place. She stepped back to admire her handiwork, only to catch herself admiring Rowan instead. The twilight glow of Thistledown Hollow's enchanted lampposts cast him in a soft golden light that made something in her chest tighten pleasantly. Even now, weeks after their dramatic wishing fountain confession, Tess still felt a flutter of disbelief when Rowan looked at her like that. Like she was both a chaotic disaster and the most precious thing he'd ever seen. "There," she said, smoothing her hands over his lapels one last time. "Perfect." They turned toward the town square, and Tess's breath caught. The familiar cobblestone square had been transformed. Magical lanterns hovered above the crowd, shifting from rose gold to lavender to cerulean blue in time with the music from the enchanted string quartet. Ivy climbed the lampposts and strung itself in elegant arches over the walkways, magically arranging itself into perfect heart shapes whenever couples passed beneath. Aunt Thimble is calling this a wishing fountain after-party, but we both know it's really her victory lap for another successful matchmaking scheme, Tess whispered to Rowan, leaning in close enough to catch the scent of mint and loam that always clung to him. Rowan's fingers threaded through hers with a sureness that still made her heart flutter. "I'm fine with that," he said, his voice low and warm against her ear. "She can take all the credit she wants." Spoken like someone who hasn't been on the receiving end of her "I told you so" dance, Tess replied, but there was no real complaint in her voice. They'd barely taken 3 steps into the square when a flurry of petals and perfume descended upon them. "Here they are," Aunt Thimble crowed, her flower-enchanted robes literally blooming with excitement as she engulfed first Tess, then Rowan in enthusiastic hugs. Behind her, at least 7 people turned to watch. Living proof that the registry's paperwork is always 3 steps behind Thistledown's magic. "Aunt Thimble," Tess protested weakly, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. "We were hoping to slip in quietly." Aunt Thimble patted her cheek. "Darling, the 2 people who caused the Potion Fair's most spectacular magical display in 30 years do not get to slip in quietly anywhere." Her eyes twinkled with mischief. "Besides, when one beats the ministry at its own game, one should celebrate loudly and with abundant refreshments." As if summoned by her words, a tray of enchanted champagne floated toward them, glasses bubbling with golden liquid that released tiny stars when sipped. Tess took one gratefully, needing something to do with her free hand. At her side, Mello pranced with unmistakable pride, her cream-colored fur practically glowing. The golden potion bottle markings on her tail were illuminated from within, casting little pools of light whenever she swished it, which was often. "Try to look humble," Tess whispered to her familiar. Mallow's ears twitched. "Absolutely not," the fox replied, her nose held high. "I orchestrated a masterpiece of romantic intervention. I deserve to strut." On Rowan's shoulder, Thistle sat with a more dignified air, though Tess noticed the botanical toad hadn't protested being brought to the celebration. He occasionally belched tiny bubbles that formed the words "excessive sentimentality" in shimmering script, but made no actual move to leave. "You're enjoying yourself," Tess accused the toad with a grin. Thistle blinked at her slowly. "I'm conducting an anthropological study of irrational human mating rituals," he replied, "for scholarly purposes." Rowan chuckled, the sound warming Tess more effectively than the champagne. "Of course you are." They moved deeper into the celebration, accepting congratulations from what seemed like half the town. Enchanted pastries floated by on silver trays, cupcakes that whispered affirmations when bitten, cookies shaped like potion bottles that tasted like your happiest memory, and tiny tarts topped with berries that made the eater temporarily float an inch off the ground. Tess snagged a cookie just as she spotted Griffin Thorne making his way toward them through the crowd. Unlike most attendees, he wasn't smiling broadly. Griffin never did, but there was a softness around his eyes that passed for jubilation by his standards. "Here comes the fun police," Mallow whispered, but her tail swished faster. Griffin reached them and, with unusual ceremony, handed Tess what appeared to be the last of their registry paperwork. And then, most shocking of all, he offered a rare, small smile and an even rarer wink. "Congratulations on giving the ministry its most expensive paperwork disaster since the Great Emotional Outburst of '93, Griffin noted dryly. "Inspector Wren has been reassigned to desk duty after your heartstring vials melted the ministry's central filing cabinet. Apparently, when your emotional resonance sets a registry clipboard on fire in front of 3 inspectors, they just stamp 'approved' and back away slowly," Griffin added with the closest thing to amusement his face had ever displayed. Tess's eyes widened. "They melted the filing cabinet? Really?" Griffin nodded solemnly, though Tess caught the barest hint of satisfaction in his expression. Apparently, the intensity of emotional resonance triggered a cascading reaction through the entire heartstring collection system. 3 centuries of emotionally sensitive records had to be magically stabilized. "How devastating," Rowan deadpanned, though his fingers tightened around Tess's. "Absolutely tragic," Griffin agreed, his tone equally flat. "Such a setback for bureaucratic efficiency." "How will the Skrull Patrol recover?" Tess murmured, biting into her cookie. The taste of wild strawberries and summer rain flooded her mouth. Her grandmother teaching her to make her first potion, Tess realized, with a pang of nostalgic sweetness. Griffin handed her a formal letter sealed with the ministry's emblem. "This came with the final paperwork. Apparently, your case has prompted a comprehensive reevaluation of emotional artifact deployment protocols. They may even," his voice dropped dramatically, "reduce the number of forms required for business license renewal." "No?" Rowan gasped in mock horror. "The system may never recover," Griffin confirmed. His crow-familiar Winters cackled from his shoulder. "What they mean," the crow interjected, "is that you've made their lives delightfully difficult, and we approve." Before Tess could respond, a blur of glittering fabric whirled between them. Crispin Vane, the potion fair organizer, spun past in a vest patterned with miniature wishing fountains that actually bubbled and splashed with tiny water droplets. "The aesthetic harmony you've created is beyond my curatorial dreams," he announced, pressing a dramatic hand to his forehead. "The symmetry, the poetry, the sheer alchemical perfection of your union." With that declaration, he promptly fainted onto a conveniently placed cushion that Tess strongly suspected had been positioned for exactly this purpose. "Is he okay?" Tess asked, peering down at Crispin, who appeared to be breathing normally despite his collapse. "He's fine," Griffin assured her. "That's his 3rd scheduled swoon of the evening. He times them for maximum dramatic impact." As Griffin moved away to help Crispin to his feet, Tess caught sight of Calla Briarwick by the refreshment table, her wild, sunset-colored curls unmistakable even across the square. She was chatting animatedly with the flower trio, her hands sketching patterns in the air that left faint trails of golden sparkles. "We should say hello to Calla," Tess suggested, tugging Rowan in that direction. They'd barely made it halfway there when they were intercepted by Myrtle, Fern, and Tansy themselves, their pastel gardening robes exchanged for festive dresses blooming with enchanted flowers that hummed softly in harmony with the music. "There you are, dears," Myrtle exclaimed, her silver hair arranged in an elaborate updo, adorned with singing violets. "We've been looking everywhere for you." "No, you haven't," Mallow said cheerfully. "You've been by the punch bowl for 40 minutes gossiping about Dottie Winthrop's new familiar." Fern gasped dramatically. "Researching, not gossiping." She lowered her voice to a whisper that could probably be heard 3 towns over, though between us, a tortoise is an unusual choice for someone so brisk. "Never mind that now," Tansy interrupted, producing 3 flower crowns seemingly from nowhere. "We've brought your official accolades." Before Tess could protest, Myrtle placed a crown of shimmering blue blossoms on her head. The flowers immediately began whispering compliments that only Tess could hear, most of them wildly exaggerated accounts of her potion-making skills. "Best potion disaster survivors of the season," Myrtle declared proudly, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Fern placed a crown of golden flowers on Rowan's head. "Also, best unintentional public declaration," she added with a wink. Not to be outdone, Tansy flourished a 3rd crown made of intertwining red and white blooms. With considerable ceremony, she divided it in half and draped part over Tess's crown and part over Rowan's, connecting them with a delicate strand of flowering vine. "And most stubborn rivals to finally admit they're in love," Tansy concluded triumphantly. Tess felt her cheeks flush, but she couldn't deny the charge. She glanced at Rowan, expecting embarrassment, but found him watching her with such open affection that her breath caught. "Well," she managed after a moment, "when you're right, you're right." The flower trio beamed in unison, clearly delighted by this admission. They might have continued heaping increasingly specific accolades upon them had the music not shifted, the enchanted orchestra beginning a slow, sweet melody that made the lanterns pulse in perfect synchronization with the notes. The trio exchanged knowing looks before melting back into the crowd, leaving Tess and Rowan standing alone amid the swirl of dancers. Rowan extended his hand to Tess with a slight bow that was half teasing, half sincere. "May I have this dance, Miss Albright?" he asked, his formal tone belied by the warmth in his eyes. "I should warn you that I'm terrible at dancing," Tess replied, placing her hand in his nonetheless. "My expertise is strictly limited to accidentally exploding cauldrons and making up lies about engagements." "What a coincidence," Rowan said, leading her toward the space cleared for dancing near the wishing fountain. "Those happen to be 2 of my favorite things about you." They moved together in what could generously be called a dance, neither of them particularly graceful, both of them laughing when Rowan nearly stepped on her toes, but their affinity bands glowed with such genuine warmth that nearby flowers turned to follow them like miniature suns, trailing their movement across the square. "I've never seen the bands do that before," Tess whispered, watching the blossoms twist on their stems to track their progress. "Magic responds to truth," Rowan murmured, his hand warm against the small of her back, "even when we tried to deny it." Tess looked up at him, at this man who had gone from her most irritating rival to the person whose touch felt like coming home. "I'm sorry it took me so long," she said softly. Rowan shook his head. "We got here exactly when we were supposed to." They swayed near the edge of the wishing fountain, its enchanted water gleaming silver, blue in the lantern light. Impulsively, Tess pulled a coin from her pocket, one of the special tokens sold at the festival, enchanted to amplify the magic of wishes. "What are you doing?" Rowan asked, eyebrows raised. Tempting fate, Tess replied with a grin, then tossed the coin into the shimmering water. I wish next year's festival would be less chaotic. The fountain gurgled ominously at this clearly impossible request. Its surface flickered like a mirror, briefly revealing two figures locked in what appeared to be an argument over a spilled tea charm. Maple Fenwick from the bookshop, her glasses askew as she gesticulated wildly, and Cyrus Vale, the town's chronically late mail carrier, looking both bewildered and oddly captivated. "Oh no," Tess whispered, trying and failing to suppress her laughter. "Look who the fountain's targeting next." Rowan followed her gaze and chuckled, the sound reverberating through his chest where Tess's hand rested. "Poor souls," he said, with such contentment in his voice that Tess felt it resonate through her entire being. From nearby, Aunt Thimble's knowing laugh drifted toward them. She stood by the fountain's edge, her wand, knitting needle, directing the water into more elaborate heart shapes around the new targets. She caught Tess's eye and mouthed, "Called it," before discreetly slipping a matchmaking token into the water with a wink. He pulled her closer, and Tess went willingly, resting her head against his shoulder as they swayed to the music. Around them, Thistledown's magic swirled in sparkling motes of light and possibility, settling on their connected flower crowns and causing the blossoms to bloom more vibrantly. "I've been thinking," Tess said after a moment, her voice low enough that only Rowan could hear. "Our shops are right next to each other." "A fact I'm well aware of," Rowan replied, his thumb tracing small circles on her back. "Particularly when your experimental batches produce that purple smoke." She pinched his side lightly. "I'm trying to propose something serious here." "My apologies." Rowan pulled back enough to look at her properly, his expression sobering. "I'm listening." "What if we connected them?" Tess rushed on before she could second-guess herself. "Not completely. We'd still have our separate spaces, but maybe a doorway between? For collaboration purposes." Rowan's eyebrows rose. "Collaboration purposes?" "Professional and otherwise," Tess admitted, a flush rising to her cheeks. For a moment, Rowan simply looked at her, and Tess felt a flicker of uncertainty. Then his face broke into a smile, so warm and genuine it made her heart skip. "I think," he said slowly, "that might be the best idea you've ever had. And that includes the time you spontaneously announced our engagement to avoid a ministry audit." "That worked out pretty well in the end," Tess pointed out, unable to keep the happiness from her voice. It did," Rowan agreed, pulling her close again, "though I'm starting to suspect it wasn't entirely spontaneous." Tess glanced over at where Mallow and Thistle were huddled with several other familiars by the refreshment table, deep in what appeared to be a highly animated conversation. Mallow caught her eye and winked, her tail swishing with unmistakable smugness. "I plead the fifth," Tess said, turning back to Rowan. He didn't sound convinced, but he didn't seem to mind either. Around them, the celebration continued. Townsfolk dancing, familiars plotting, enchanted desserts floating by on silver trays. Somewhere in the crowd, Aunt Thimble was undoubtedly already planning next year's matchmaking scheme, and the flower trio were composing increasingly elaborate accolades for future couples. But here, in the circle of Rowan's arms, with their flower crowns connecting them and their affinity bands glowing warm against their skin, Tess understood with perfect clarity what she should have known all along. Love, like magic, was never meant to stay bottled for long. It needed space to breathe, to spark, to occasionally explode into spectacular disasters that somehow, miraculously, created something more beautiful than either of them could have crafted alone. And Tess wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.